A person's mental health is very important. Both the physical condition and the quality of life depend on it. Previously, people did not pay much attention to this, unless, of course, a critical moment came. Then they took measures to treat mental disorders. Perhaps someone set himself the task of finding the cause of the effect of people brought to such a state. It all boiled down to the fact that medicines, procedures, prevention, rehabilitation were invented. Chronic and hereditary diseases were identified. And the true reason that provoked the emergence of disharmony of the soul and mind remained behind the scenes. The emotional state of a person depends on the frequency of his vibrations. Now more and more people are engaged in various practices for working with energy channels and achieve excellent results. Energy cleansing is as necessary as washing your hands. During the day, we touch various objects with our hands, as well as our energy field interacts with various vibrations of the fields around us. Many of them are hostile and carry destructive energy. If you do not take care of the body, then over time, it ages, wears out, fades. So the energy of the body is wasted, clogged, blocked. Taking care of the purity of the energy component of the physical body is very important, as health depends on it, both on the mental level and on the material level. Any diseases become chronic when a person is in a negative mood for a long time. Obsessing over one's condition, accompanied by certain actions, leads to material, physical manifestations. Heredity is the memory of the family. Predisposition, this does not mean that the disease will make itself felt. Many hereditary diseases can be prevented by changing the way of thinking and lifestyle, and not repeating the mistakes of their predecessors. It seems that it is difficult in the modern world to live in accordance with our desires in a way that much, I repeat, does not seem to depend on us. Everyone wants to live well, to have a beautiful house, a car, wealth, a friendly family. But how often, plunging into the abyss of life, striving for something unattainable, we forget about the most important thing, about ourselves. How can we take care of our loved ones if we do not take care of ourselves, forgetting about our mental and physical health? How can we love someone if we don't know how to love ourselves? How can we achieve something if we worry about failures, instead of focusing on solutions? At the end of life, asking ourselves the question, what have I been doing all this time, and does it make sense of everything I have done, we come up with different excuses for ourselves. I did it for children, for parents, for relatives, friends, and so on. We need to admit to ourselves that everything we do is done only for ourselves and no one else needs it. How often children are angry with their parents for their pressure, moralizing, proving their innocence. But parents do not hear their children, they want to see their children happy and believe that they know how to do it. Thus, it turns out the opposite. Conflicts, stresses, scandals, discontent, all these are destructive sources of energy. It is here that the attitude towards the world is laid, which, starting with the relationships in one's own family, seems aggressive. Hence, the habits of defending, lying, dodging, manipulating each other are acquired. It turns out that we have been fighting all our lives on an invisible front, first of all, with our loved ones, and then with everyone who falls into the circle of our communication, faced with contradictions. Judging what they are, we forget to look deep into ourselves. We just don't have time for that. We are constantly in pursuit of the fact that we don't even know if we need it. Everything is like a program template. Everyone has it and I need it. The latest peak of fashion. A beautiful thing, why not buy it? Something new, you need to try, I'm no worse than others. How often do we hear such phrases, every man for himself, thinks only of himself, no one needs me? These are dangerous thought forms that lead to self-destruction. Of course, loved ones think about us, but their behavior does not correspond to the actions expected of them. We interact with the world around us by adhering to our own criteria. They are not always clear to other people. Should we be condemned for this? Of course not. It is necessary to change the very perception of everything that is happening around, not to attach importance, not to condemn, not to criticize, just to be an observer. We change the attitude to the world, we change the world. In order to understand how all this works, first, it is necessary to understand the overall picture of the universe. Understanding ourselves as a part of the whole will lead us to solve multiple problems. Many will fall away on their own, as having no significance. The process itself, launched to acquire awareness, will lead to an increase in vibrations and harmony. Our lives depend only on ourselves. Endless love. The simple principle of the universe is particles and space. All systems are one in the other. Particles are the main energy centers in which the 7 colors of the solar spectrum are located. The energies of consciousness itself. They make up a complex combination of wave motion. These are bodies endowed with life. The whole structure of movement lies outside the physical body of a person. Empty space is fraught with a spiritual world, infinite love. It is filled with clean energy. A piece of infinite love, high-frequency energy, a tiny point in infinity that makes up the whole, the absolute. This energy of light projects a hologram, a man who creates his own world. The quality of this world depends on the frequency of vibrations of energy waves, which are constantly changing, depending on their interaction with various vibrations, with which there is an endless interchange, figuratively speaking, of an energy point in the space of multifaceted infinity. The center, in this case, is the assemblage point, or rather the point of focus. The closer it is to the center, the higher its vibrations. The further it is removed, the vibrations change. Depending on which field it falls into, such frequencies prevail in its environment. With an increase in the frequency of vibrations of each particle, a kind of cleaning of the space into which it enters takes place, as it increases the vibrations of its waves, length, and frequency. A simple scheme for building a world. Infinite love, hologram man, the world of man, his environment, the animal world, the world of plants, the underworld, the planet Earth, other planets, everything that enters our fantasies. And also, infinite love, holograms of other life forms, invisible substances, various worlds above ground and underground, parallel worlds, other planets, other galaxies. To see a more or less complete picture of the entire holographic projection of infinity, it is necessary to increase the frequency and length of vibrational waves to the appropriate quality and level of their radiation. Hologram man is in constant contact with the reference point, origin. This is confirmed by intuition, dreams, trance states, the construction of thoughts and forms that arise in the right half of the brain. The hologram of life is formed by means of the formation of mental forms, which in essence are energy. What people call the code that makes up our DNA, the program of human life, is an energy vibrational combination that allows you to complete the hologram of man. It contains the memory of all the energy components of the incarnations of not only an individual, but also his entire family dynasty. Scientists have determined that in the structure of DNA cells of a healthy organism, the combination of color energy is always green with red and yellow with blue. Changes in the energy connections of colors are a deviation and, on the physical plane, are expressed in ugliness. A reasonable explanation for this is that the vibration frequency of these colors harmoniously resonates with each other. So, everything is energy. Thought is material. Thought equals matter equals energy. More precisely, energy of thought equals energy of matter. The purer and higher the vibrations, the better the projection of the hologram, and therefore the form of life. Thought, form, action, result. Different vibrational energy frequencies form the corresponding forms of life. On an earthly level, it looks like this. Vibrational connections of earth and water energy create a huge number of species of animals, plants, insects. Low-frequency energies cannot project a physical hologram in the same way that they themselves do not generate energy and do not resonate with other types of energies. In other words, their vibration frequency is so weak that there are not enough vibrations to create shapes. To maintain their form of life, they need to collect energy of similar frequencies. Therefore, they connect to their carrier and feed on it, manipulating its thoughts and actions. These substances are parasites, energy vampires, sometimes completely take possession of a person. And this is how it happens. With the manifestation of negative outbursts, discontent, resentment, hatred, anger, a channel opens through which the entity connects to the person. With frequent such reactions of the body, and with the connection of various parasitic entities, the frequencies of vibrations of human energy decrease. He becomes lethargic, irritable, and gets sick. Thus, it falls under complete dependence on connected entities or, in other words, low-frequency clusters, compounds that have the property of a collective nature. Over time, there are more and more of them. Parasites, when acquiring a physical form of life in the form of their carrier, and to maintain it, need to provoke situations by means of which they receive nourishment from other people. Therefore, the physical projection of a person, in which another program was originally laid, becomes dependent on the manipulation of impulsive, destructive flows and, as a rule, does not understand what is happening. This behavior is similar to that of primitive animal instincts. There are an incredible number of energy life forms that are not visible to the human eye. People call them devils, larvae, demons, earthly evil spirits. These include interdimensional entities. And the inhabitants of some planets are planetary predators. There are also life forms with high-frequency vibrations. The projections of their worlds are on a subtle level. The actions of low-frequency substances are aimed at provoking scandals and troubles, small parasites, catastrophes, wars, a huge accumulation of various forms of entities, in order to feed on the energy of grief, anger, suffering. They need this combination of vibrational energy frequencies to survive. The task of high-frequency life forms is to help increase the frequency of vibrations of each particle of infinite love, planets, civilizations, galaxies. Absolutely everything is interconnected. There are no coincidences. Any hologram is created according to the same scheme, as we are all particles of one whole. Therefore, the visible picture of the world is one. Thought, thinking, thought form equals materialization of thought, matter of thought. In the nature around us, there are many clues to the law of building the world. There is an expression, the truth is somewhere nearby. And she's really there. It can be considered on the example of the simple structure of the flower. The center is the pistil, around it are the stamens, and then the petals. The structure of the pistil, density, massiveness, hardness, vibration waves are high, short, the stamens are thinner, but there are several of them, vibration waves are slightly lower, slightly longer, the petals are thinner, larger, more, vibration waves are lower, longer. The farther from the center of the petal, the larger and paler it is. The flower, or rather, the energy vibrational component of the hologram of the flower, is in constant interaction with the various vibrational frequencies of other forms of life, bees, butterflies, other insects, gives and receives energy. An example of metabolism, and therefore the exchange of energies in nature. More understandable is the example of a burning candle. There is a wick in the center. The power of the energy here is stronger, the light is brighter, the frequency of vibrations is higher, the color is more saturated. The farther from the center, the weaker the vibrations, the color changes, the radiation waves are lower. Even further, barely noticeable fluctuations, the color dissolves. It is not visible to the eye, but it still exists. In this example, both the structure and understanding of the visible and the invisible become clear. For those who do not believe in the process of rebirth, I give an example of how a caterpillar is reborn into a butterfly. From a nondescript life form that can only crawl and harm plants, it turns into a beautiful creature that can fly and be useful. In the same way, when a person leaves the physical body, the energy of the soul remains. This energy projects a new form of life over time, depending on the frequency of the vibrations it emits. Hence the conclusion, the task of each energy substance, including a person, is to increase the frequency of its vibrations and move to a new level. The formation of thought forms that affect the quality of the created world depends on them. Infinite's core, supermicroscopic dust, an empty space of infinity, it is an endless possibility of options, in which there is everything and there is nothing. This is the energy of light. This is the intelligent emptiness in which we create our landscapes of life. Hologram of the world. All holograms, man in particular, and humanity in general, all forms of life, visible and invisible, are all holographic projections emanating from infinite love, the energy of light. The same thing, according to the same system, happens on other planets. Their life forms correspond to their wave changes, fluctuations. And since everything is energy, and energies interact with each other, everything is interconnected. There is a constant exchange. This relationship is easy to observe on the example of trees. Each tree in the forest has its own space, but is interconnected with other trees by means of branching its crown at the top and roots at the bottom. At its core, the structure of the branching of roots and branches has the same structure. Significant differences lie in their environment. At the top is the energy of the sun, at the bottom is the energy of the earth. At the top and bottom there is an interconnection and reproduction of energies of different frequency. At the top are birds, butterflies, and other insects. At the bottom are bugs, worms, and other microorganisms, carriers of various energy compounds. Their vibrations create significant differences. Since both the word and the thought are energy, any information, energy connection, appears, as they say, in the information and energy field of the universe and becomes available to everyone who can decipher it from the language of the frequencies of energy vibration waves. The ability to build and save a specific hologram depends on the time the particle is saved. To create any hologram, two components are needed. Strength and tensions takes time, which depends on the maintenance of energy charges. Compound of the necessary energy frequencies of oscillations. There is a single scheme of the universe because it cannot be otherwise. Because, exactly, this process of interactions creates everything. A person, like a particle of light, propagates energy waves in space. Let's look at a lit light bulb. Rays of light and energy fluctuations diverge from the center of its radiation in all directions. They say that when a person is born, a new star lights up in the sky. In nature, the pattern of constructing the movement of light is clearly and accurately expressed in the spider's web. The connection system is an exact copy of the unified law of infinity. Absolutely everything, both on Earth and in space and on all planets, is created in this aspect. Thus, according to the law of light radiation and the movement of energy, the development and extinction of any object of observation occurs. At the end of the cycle, the energy waves take their original shape by connecting to a reference point or assembly point. And the countdown begins again. An endless cycle in nature. So it was, is, and always will be. This is the harmony of infinity. Why is that? Energy moves in a spiral. It is constantly unfolding and folding. This process takes place continuously, constantly, and simultaneously. What follows from this? That both folding and unfolding occur at the same moment. Energy flows move in two directions at the same time. Since their movement is elusive due to the incredible speed of the movement itself, it seems to the observer that the flow reaches a certain point and makes a turn. In fact, the movement initially goes in different directions at the same time, super high-speed feedbacks. This confirms the formation of a funnel, in the center of which there is both an entrance and an exit. Hence the spiral shape. The coincidence of the frequency of vibrations of movement from point A to point B and the frequency of vibrations of movement from point B to point A leads to the reunion of energy, complete harmony. Why is it so difficult to synchronize the energy emanating from point A, infinity, going to point B, the human brain, and the energy emanating from point B, the human brain, directed to point A, infinity? Because the energy emanating from point A is the cosmic energy of light and radiates pure energy. And the flow of energy coming from point B, think tank, which has fallen under the influence of the energy information matrix, carries changed, distorted, polluted vibrations. Lowering the energy vibrations reduces the speed of movement. And only an increase in vibrations leads to purification and acceleration. The vibrations that create the forms and pictures of the material world convey the complex structure of the subtle world. Practitioners say, if you want to know the world, know yourself. It does not matter what and by means of what sciences we study the structure of the world, we come to a common understanding that the structure of everything that exists is one. Collective thinking. The energy vibrations of all projections are intertwined with each other by the divergence of waves, so the information spreads to an unlimited space and directs collective thinking. Collective thinking. Thoughts of members of society, collective thinking, collective thought form equals collective materialization of thoughts, collective result. Example. Every day, bananas were thrown into the cage of monkeys. Monkeys ate them. Then, bananas, before giving monkeys, began to roll in damp sand. Monkeys ate them. One day one of them peeled a banana and all the monkeys began to peel the bananas. After a while, all the monkeys, located in different parts of the earth, began to peel bananas. Scientists have found that when mastering certain skills by 100 individuals of one population, all the rest, all over the world, acquire this quality innately. Hence, perhaps one in the field is not a warrior, but one in the field is the energy that transmits information into space, the energy information field of the universe. The information is virtual. There is a nature of feelings, by means of which emotions that produce a certain frequency spread into space. The reaction occurs by means of energy information of the living field. Hologram of the world on the example of a specific situation. Epidemic coronavirus company type 19. The world has changed. The world is divided. People ask questions, who, where. These are not the right questions, it is right to ask, how. As it was formed, this situation was projected. It seems that people could not materialize the epidemic, no one wanted such a turn of events. Of course not. But, a huge number of people, different frequency fluctuations of energy waves, dreamed of rest, on the completion of their personal affairs not related to work, about staying at home and watching stupid TV, devote more time to children, take up a hobby, something to learn, read, and so on. Collective projection. Everyone is doing something that they didn't have enough time for before. People from balconies and social networks demonstrate their hidden talents. And, if earlier they did not have enough courage or energy to express themselves, now is the right time to perceive such behavior as in the order of things in support. Until recently, no one would have thought of playing the saxophone on the balcony, passing food along a string from balcony to balcony, fishing in front of the TV screen. All this is reminiscent of a mental hospital. But this is normal here and now, at this point of energy connections. New opportunities and perspectives for the projection of a new form of life. Another projection. Holograms, with lower frequency emissions, are at the epicenter of the infected and their families. Negative forms of thinking, lowering vibrations, connecting disembodied entities of vampires, leads to death. The thought forms of people trapped in the matrix of low-frequency waves live in a world provoked by these frequencies, in a world full of grief and suffering. A certain part of people come into contact with this superficially, through the media. And there is another category of people in whose world this fact does not exist at all. Their life continues as before. Those who are frightened by what is happening in the world just need to understand the simple truth that we created this world ourselves. Each individually, feeding with negative energy the perverted projections of human worlds that are under the influence of the powerful destructive energy of the ecosystem. Those who still do not understand this construction need to take full responsibility and stop blaming someone for what is happening in the world. I am the creator of the world, he is the creator of the world, she is the creator of the world. Here our energy is connected, as well as where we projected from, and created certain vibrations, a common vision of the world. And the same question is, how? He brought us to this situation, and he will lead us out of it. In other words, how we got to it and how we get out of it. It will depend on the frequency of the energy vibration waves that we collect and put together, what kind of composition we will compose. A quantum leap is quite possible. The world will be divided. Part of the energy will go to the low vibration level, that is, it will fall into the trap of the matrix of the low frequency web. And part of the energy will rise to a new level of high frequency vibrations. This is a completely different world, closer to the originally conceived structure of the world. It all depends on us. Our strength is in the energy of our thoughts. Chapter Infinity. To assert that the space of the universe appeared after the Big Bang is ridiculous, as the question immediately arises, where did the Big Bang occur if there was no space? Where is that starting point? Where is our world? Somewhere out there, in infinity or infinity within us? The answer is simple, infinity passes through us, and therefore we are a part of infinity. Where is the universe? Are we part of the universe, or is the universe within us? It's like answering the question, which came first, chicken or egg? Like a chicken in an egg and an egg in a chicken. Endless movement. Today there is a chicken in an egg, and tomorrow an egg in a chicken, and so on ad infinitum. In fact, both the chicken and the egg appeared at the same time, by means of organizing certain frequencies of oscillations. In empty space there are all I. We, structurally, represent the basic principle of space. We, the people in the universe, are within us, just as at the moment when we created our world from infinity, we created our universe because we are a part of the light of infinity. We have launched a chain of complex energy formations, compounds of different frequencies of oscillations. Powerful connections, through vibrations, reproduced huge material forms, but we started all this. It's simple, but why is it so difficult to understand and accept? Infinity is a huge, living organism, equally significant at any point in it, constantly vibrating and constantly changing. There is an endless exchange of energies, and therefore life forms. New formations. Something is born, something disappears, something changes. Scientists have found that our world cannot exist without a reasonable observer, that is, without a person. After all, quantum physics itself does not work as long as there is no observer. Thus, what we call a quantum particle does not occupy any definite position in the material world until someone looks at it, that is, directs his energy towards it. This is a unique quantum property of the observer. That is, until someone observes a quantum particle, it is impossible to say where it is and at what speed it is moving. Hence, man, observer, the creator of his world, God, or rather infinite love. Strong, powerful energy with indescribably great frequencies of waves, in length infinity, in unlimited space. We think that we live in the physical world. No, we observe this world. We create the world, we observe it, direct energy, change, complicate, or simplify. We, by means of changing the magnitude, frequency, length and periodicity of the flow of various energy flows, connections, jumps, underconnections, from connections, connections and disconnections, create our world. Thus, we do not see the object of observation itself, the projection of life, but what we have done with it. This is confirmed by our unlimited possibilities, which we have not yet learned to use, since we do not know anything about the structure of our own world. For centuries, we have been trying to determine our place in the infinite universe, which is inside us, and we are in it. Everything we think is outside, in fact, inside ourselves. We can be here on Earth and at the same time somewhere out there. This is confirmed by astral travel. We can sleep in our bed and relive events elsewhere. We call this phenomenon dreams. We can move objects with the power of thought. Read minds from a distance. We can feel from a distance, anticipate and predict events, and more. These are all indications that we can be in different places at the same time. This is the infinity of possibilities. The question, what are we doing here on Earth, and why do we need such a problem as life? And the answer, as always, is simple. We must achieve peace. Intellect. World. Creation. With the help of the mind to create the world. The mind is energy. Creation is the collection of energies and their connection into one whole world. This is an endless, continuous process and definitely eternal. This is the indisputable law of infinity. Infinity is observed in everything. Day follows night, the seasons come with a certain frequency, the flowers fade and bloom again, snow falls, melts and falls again, the grass dries up and new shoots immediately appear. Cyclical cycle in nature. Movement, movement, movement. Everything around us and inside us is constantly moving at an incredible speed, which cannot be determined by a simple glance as, according to the law of vibrational motion of light, the phantom splits in microseconds and returns to its original position. Since we cannot catch this behavior of a tiny particle, so it seems to us that it is motionless. Infinity means there is no end or edge, no frames, no boundaries. All possibility, versatility, power. Ourselves as a person living on planet Earth, everything is different. We do not identify ourselves with earthly designations. We do not know anything about the rules and laws of earthly life, life, we do not relate ourselves to the created criteria and parameters. In a dream, for example, we move freely in space, fly, walk on water, change shape, instantly move to different places just thinking about them. In an altered state of consciousness, we can easily find the right point in space and observe the events unfolding in it, changing the course of their development in the direction we need by changing the vibrations. We, as a piece of infinite love, can be in any place and in any state, we just don't realize it yet, because we don't know who we are. We do not even notice that during our earthly day, we jump from one version of reality to another many times. By means of decision-making, changes in the flow of thoughts, there is a reconfiguration of waves in the energy space of infinity. Everything that appears in our lives is a reflection of something that is happening inside us. Living field. The living field of the universe is nothing more than a set of all kinds of energy frequencies of vibrations. The vibrations of thoughts, the vibrations of the senses, the sense of touch, the sense of smell, the smells are all subtle energy frequency vibrations. On smaller scales, the velocity is higher and less stable, the particles decay. First, large-scale particles disappear, and then others, the temperature drops. The cleaner the space, the higher the speed. Infinity is made up of space, ether, and matter. Ether particles tend to shrink and decompress, thus forming an energy field. The motion of non-divisible particles in a circle is matter. Energy is one of the properties of matter that triggers motion. Information is just as material. There is no matter, no information. A kind of virtual structure of consciousness formed by feedback, a spark of consciousness. Why don't we see all the life forms that are present in our world? Because we cannot constantly be in resonance with the projections of each particle of infinite love in the same way as there are energy layers created by vibrational vibrations. To maintain a hologram of a healthy physical body and tune into the right vibrations, a tremendous amount of energy is needed. Sometimes we can synchronize with the vibrations of the subtle world, mostly in an altered state of consciousness. Practitioners who set themselves the goal of contacting a particular substance tune the vibrations of energy waves to a particular frequency. In other words, they direct their attention to the assemblage point, the energy center. The more often they do this, the better they get. They activate these functions, abilities, in themselves. It is customary to say that they activate the dormant functions of the brain. If we translate this phenomenon into the language of space, we get the following picture. Infinite love is a huge energy substance, filled with an unlimited number of frequencies, both low and high, short and long, is in constant motion of various amplitudes of oscillation. Two or more particles of the same whole, BL, enter into resonance with the desired frequency, which projects the corresponding form of life. The energy frequencies are different, but undoubtedly high. Therefore, sometimes the physical body feels discomfort. Practitioners who have learned to synchronize their frequencies and move to different levels can not only read information from the information field of the universe, but also see holograms, or projections of these frequencies and exchange information. Anyone who believes that someone and for some reason does not give us knowledge about new technologies is mistaken. There is no one who decides to give or not give us anything. We just don't know how to read them. When we learn, more precisely, activate all the functions of the physical body that are subject to us, it will be easy and accessible to receive any information, at any time and at any level, to move freely in space, to be at all points at the same time. To do this, it is necessary to achieve the connection of the soul and mind. We will be ready for this. Our hologram will be of a completely different kind. Let's observe the meaning of the phrase, other dimensions. To measure is to measure something. There can be as many measurements as we can measure. We know that we can only observe the dimension itself in relation to something. Therefore, our dimension, that is, the space we measured, is at a certain frequency with which we resonate perfectly. Other dimensions are spaces vibrating at other wave frequencies that, for reasons we understand, we cannot observe. In order to see other dimensions, or, in other words, another reality, it is necessary to reach a certain frequency, which can be measured, but by means that are not yet known to us. In the information field of the universe there are holograms of all thought forms of all particles of the absolute in various projections and in a variety of variants. Hence the endless multitude of life forms, worlds, planets, galaxies, and other formations. Sometimes, when the observer focuses his attention on the assemblage point of interest, space gives out various versions of reality that intersect and overlays are obtained. Such overlays frighten us from surprise and ignorance. Matter always tends to empty space. If a particle of infinite love for some reason decides, or cannot project the hologram of man and the hologram of the world on earth, it leaves it and moves into space. First of all, it is not the physical body of a person itself that is destroyed, but his field. There is no field, there is nothing. External vibrations can destroy, diversify, and strengthen the structure of the living field. Therefore, it is very important what energy flows we interact with on a daily basis. Do not think that a person during his lifetime, necessarily, wastes all the energy necessary for life. Simply, the energy combination ceases to resonate with the waves of the earth and the projection needs to be rebooted, or go to another level as the flow, length, and frequency of the waves have changed their structure. This is confirmed by the premature death of young, healthy people. What happens when the soul, a disembodied, energetic substance, is in space? At this point, there is a gradual partial detachment, pinching off of energy particles and a set of new, necessary combinations to form a new projection of the hologram. In other words, the molecules are broken down and overloaded into new matter. And this is a different form of the body and the structure of life and the world. And so endlessly. Perpetual motion. The whole energies of different frequencies, polarities, lengths, vibrations. All connect and interact with each other and all are very important at different levels and positions. This totality is the universe. The universe is one living organism. Looking at the various theories of world building, one can understand that they are all very close to the truth. The essence is the same for everyone. The law of the quantum effect is the interconnection of particles. A change in one quantum system has an immediate effect on another and extends to the entire cosmos as a whole. How we see our lives in the future is very important. Our world depends on it as everything in our world is interconnected. This was proved by quantum physics. In infinity, time does not exist, only here and now. We cannot feel ourselves yesterday or tomorrow, only at the moment when we observe ourselves. Therefore, the energy vibration component at the moment affects the component of the energy connections of the future. The information field of the universe is always in the present. In other words, we observe the past, present, and future here and now. Collecting information, or rather, attaching importance to certain events of our life, we surround ourselves with certain energy connections that affect the quality of events happening to us and form circumstances, affect causes and effects. The living field of the universe created by us is full of useful and important information for us, which is transmitted by vibrations of waves. We constantly transmit and receive huge streams of it at different frequencies of oscillations. Depending on what wave we are tuned into, we receive such signals. Our field is filled with this frequency. The perception of events that happen to us during life, as a rule, accompanies the accumulation of destructive energy, which leads to the self-destruction of the living field. Changing the attitude to life, changing the point of view in relation to everything that happens, will lead to a significant extension of life on Earth.
Hologram human. The Mandela effect consists in the coincidence of memories in several people that contradict real facts. Thus, it is a phenomenon associated with false collective memory. Wikipedia. Since a person is energy, then, accordingly, the reading of information of certain events occurs by decoding vibrational energy waves. A single particle, man, of collective energy, society, emits its own vibrations peculiar only to him. The interpretation of events occurs by means of vibrations of the senses. In order to receive certain information, he needs to synchronize with the vibrations of the collective waves. Sometimes it fails 100%. The picture is not complete or distorted. Hence, there is no coincidence of information. What is now shown on the internet? Change pages in books, not matching phrases in videos and films. All this explains the existence of different worlds of personalities. Each person has their own world. All worlds are intertwined, an exact copy of the cosmos. Energy planet Earth is a hologram of high-frequency energy that has created itself. The energy of man, as a part of infinity, enters into resonance with the frequency of the waves of the planet Earth plus the frequency of vibrations of a certain family, and a hologram of the planned world is created. You need to understand that in order for the hologram of man C to be projected in the form that we know, the energy of infinite love must resonate with billions of different energy vibrational waves. They combine to form the DNA code. And also, no matter how strange it may sound, the energies of all previous incarnations with all the experience accumulated there as the energy component of generations are collected in the DNA code. Hence the understanding of why all people have similar DNA and, at the same time, we are all different. This, first of all, is an energy reaction that turns into a chemical compound of all particles. After all, the periodic table that makes up our body is certain frequencies of waves of vibrations of energies, each of which prevails in a specific percentage of fundamental law for the totality of vital vibrations of a person. Studies of the frequencies of parts of the human body using modern spectral analysis devices conducted by Dr. Robert Becker provide the following data. The average frequency of vibrations of a healthy organism in the daytime is 60-68 MHz. The frequency of parts of the body of a healthy person in the range of 62 to 78 MHz. The fundamental frequency of the brain can be in the range of 80 to 82 MHz. The frequency range of the brain is 72 to 90 MHz. The normal brain frequency is 72 MHz. The frequency of vibrations of parts of the human body from the neck up in the range of 72 to 78 MHz. The frequency of vibrations of parts of the body from the neck down in the range of 60 to 68 MHz. The frequency of vibrations of the thyroid gland and parathyroid gland is 60-68 MHz. The frequency of vibrations of the thymus gland is 65 to 68 MHz. The vibration frequency of the heart is 67 to 70 MHz. The frequency of vibrations of the lungs is 58 to 65 MHz. The frequency of liver vibrations is 55 to 60 MHz. The frequency of pancreatic vibrations is 60 to 80 MHz. The frequency of bone vibrations is 43 MHz. At this frequency, the bones do not have their own immunity despite their hardness. They are protected by soft tissues with higher natural frequencies. Our life and health depend on how we are able to absorb vibrations that are useful to us, resonate at the aggregate frequencies of the universe, and reject harmful, destructive vibrations that suppress our life force. Destructive vibrations. Grief from 0.1 to 2 Hz. Fear 0.2 to 2.2 Hz. Resentment 0.6 to 3.3 Hz. Irritation 0.9 to 3.8 Hz. Perturbation 0.6 to 1.9 Hz. Self 2.8 Hz. Temper 0.9 Hz. Flash rage 0.5 Hz. Anger 1.4 Hz. Pride 0.8 Hz. Pride 3.1 Hz. Neglect of 1.5 Hz. Superiority of 1.9 Hz. Pity 3 Hz. Colds and flu begin in humans if the frequency drops to 57 to 60 MHz. If the frequency drops below 58 MHz, any disease occurs, depending on its pathogenic source. Fungal infections grow when the frequency drops below 55 MHz. Susceptibility to cancer occurs at a frequency of 42 MHz. The drop in oscillations of energy waves to a frequency of 25 MHz. Collapse occurs, death. If several objects have similar constituent frequencies of their vibrational waves, then they resonate and amplify each other's vibrations. There is a synergistic effect. That is, each object receives additional energy. If objects have incommensurable frequencies, then an object with more energy can suppress the vibrations of a weak object. That is how, when exposed to pathogenic factors, the disease develops in the human body. Positive vibrations. Compliance with 38 Hz and above. Acceptance of the world as it is, without indignation and other negative emotions 46 Hz. Generosity 95 Hz. Gratitude 45 Hz. Heartfelt thanks from 140 Hz. Unity with other people 144 Hz and above. Compassion from 150 Hz, and pity only 3 Hz. Love with the head, when a person still does not know how to love with his heart, 50 Hz. The love that a person generates with his heart to all people without exception, and all living things from 150 Hz and above. Love is unconditional, sacrificial, accepted in the universe from 205 Hz and above. The easiest way to raise the frequency of vibrations is positive thoughts. There are also a huge number of different and well-known practices and breathing exercises. Healthy eating, sports exercises, doing what brings joy, a pleasant environment. Each person must take responsibility for what energy he projects into the world and into his own state. The vibrations of our thoughts, emotions, moods, and actions are reflected in the quality of life and in everything around us. It has an impact on the whole world. Taking into account the fact that we are the creators of our world, it is very important to understand and control the quality of its energy vibrational vibrations. Illness is a reflection of the body, a distortion of consciousness. It will go away when we correct the distortions. Signs of increased vibrations. Reducing the amount of food needed. Lack of hunger. The time required for sleep is reduced. Dreams become lucid, vivid, and vivid. The line between dream and reality is reduced. The presence of vivacity. The body becomes light. Volatile energy is felt in it. Wings grow behind the back. We begin to feel people acutely. We begin to perceive the higher frequencies of other people. The need for communication disappears. Loneliness becomes pleasant. A feeling of fullness and self-sufficiency comes. There is an understanding that everything external is only a reflection of the internal. Fears and self-doubt go away. There is a feeling of absolute confidence in the correctness of the goal. Intuition is never wrong. Our impact on the environment is increasing. Everything we say or think comes true. There comes an experience of causeless joy from what is happening. Health and happiness are based on skillful energy management. Correct, healthy energy connections are very important, so you need constant care and, so to speak, prevention of the energy components of your holographic projection. Let's look at a simple example. Pie recipe. Components: 2 eggs plus 1 glass of water plus 1 teaspoon of salt plus 2 tablespoons of sugar plus a pinch of soda plus flour until the desired mass is formed. Everything is combined, thoroughly mixed, and put in the oven for a certain time at a certain temperature, a favorable environment for obtaining the conceived product. Similarly, the hologram of a person is formed according to strictly dosed energy vibrations in a certain place and in a favorable environment. When the entire periodic table has resonated at the energy level, soul, it is projected through the energy channel into a favorable environment, the mother's womb. Life forms on other planets are formed according to the same principle. These are energies located in the corresponding fields, wave radiations, and vibrations of these planets and galaxies. Their DNA codes differ from human DNA in the same way that all life forms are different from each other in their structure, due to the combination of billions of combinations of energy vibrational waves. As on Earth, there are simpler and more complex compounds. The structure of the universe cannot be considered according to the principle of divisions of sciences. All of them are interconnected. Chemistry, physics, biology, medicine, astronomy, psychology, mathematics, and even geography. Any phenomena and formations occur according to the same system. All these sciences are intertwined, and they all explain structures and formations in the same way, only each of them uses its own terms to convey information for better understanding and perception. But the language of science is not clear to everyone. Simple explanation. The word is energy. Phrase, a set of energies. Text, a set of a larger number of different frequency waves of energies. To understand the meaning, you need to enter the resonance of the energy flow of waves connect. Unfortunately, this is not always possible. To succeed, you need to focus on the moment. In other words, direct the wave of energy to the desired point. The main questions people ask are, who? From where? Why? In other words, why and who needed all this? Usual answers. Who? God. From where? From there, somewhere up there. What for? For self-improvement. But the answer to the main question, why did he need it, remains unclear. God must have been bored. The version that God created man in his own image suits many, although it does not give an explanation to the main question. What are we, the likeness of God, doing here? But be that as it may, it gives more or less specific answers that suit society. So here's what's happening. The pure energy of light projects a hologram, the little man. Absolutely pure energy enters a new space. More precisely, in a limited space, the body, the combination of energies for this formation, family, it speaks for itself, the totality of I, various energy connections, society, a collective connection of different pole and different frequency connections of energies, country, the largest number of energy compounds mentioned above, planet Earth, an energy substance that regenerates with the above vibrations and interacts with them. All this is in constant motion. But first things first, let's start with the body. They need to learn how to manage. This is helped by soulmates, parents who spend more time in projection and know something about this world. But we must not forget that they projected their world themselves by means of radiation of their energy vibration waves. Their frequency has already changed due to the connections and overlays of vibrations of various life forms, with which they interacted during the period of being in the program of their projection, the hologram. Thus, pure, just incipient energy is mixed with other energies, and the hologram of the physical body of man is reprogrammed. And this is where the main task begins, to raise the vibrations and return to your original state of pure energy, to the starting point. When the pure energy of infinite love projects a hologram of life on Earth, it does not know what it will face, so it does not immediately understand what to do and in which direction to move. Therefore, inside every person, there is a feeling that he does not live his own life, that he deserves the best. And the search for oneself by trial and error begins. There is no other way. A complete mess begins. The hologram of one particle intersects with the hologram of others and is synchronized. There are distortions of all individual projections. Waves of high and low vibrations of different frequency, length, and height are generated. With the accumulation of low frequency vibrations, everything is distorted. They pull down and cannot project high frequency projections, landscapes. With low frequencies, other, similar in frequency vibrations, and therefore projections, parasites are identified, living due to recharge by temporary connection. If a person does not notice such changes, pumping out energy, over time he ceases to be the master of his hologram of man and the hologram of his world. Everything changes, the colors go out. People change, the environment, there is no work, there is no money. There is no energy, health is undermined. What to say about bad habits? They become part of the character. In the meantime, parasitic substances, negatively charged frequencies of energy, do everything for him. If such a person commits an unworthy act and asks him, "Why did you do this?" he will answer, "I don't know," and he will not lie. He really doesn't know the way he didn't. This was done by entities using his body in a way that they did not have their own. Their vibrational waves cannot create holograms. They only have negative frequencies. And to create a person, various wave flows of a certain length, frequency, and height are needed. These combinations are contained in the microorganisms that make up our physical body, microbiology, from the chemical elements of the periodic table, chemistry, and the well-coordinated system of our organs, medicine. The quality of life of such a person deteriorates, he attracts trouble, chronic diseases appear, and so on. The hologram of the physical body deteriorates, deforms, and dies. That's how there was no trace of the originally conceived projection. Therefore, some have a feeling of heaviness, and some of them close their program, turn off their projection, the hologram of suicide. It is assumed that a piece of infinite love should return to its source. That's right, it is moving to its original starting point, where it all began, into the empty space of infinity.
Space and time. Past and future. Based on the above, it becomes clear that time does not exist. There is a space of options. All kinds of projections of various energy compounds. Time is created by us. We identify events, where and when they occurred. When we focus on a certain period of time, in other words, the collection of energy at a specific point, we get one of all possible scenarios. We can be anywhere in the infinity of the universe. These can be variants of holograms of the past. People call them epochs, centuries, years, cycles. There may be options for the future that visionaries and soothsayers tell us about. And they also write in the genre of science fiction. As for the past, no one has yet determined the exact time of the origin of the world because it is impossible. But people need specific dates. Who cares? It is impossible to calculate anything in infinity. Everything is changing at a speed that we, as humans, can never keep up with. What we are taught, as the history of planet Earth, are the results of recordings of individual projections of holograms, man and their worlds, by means of their perception of individual events that synchronized with certain energies and materialized these pictures of the world. That is why there are so many inconsistencies in the historical facts provided. Now there is a lot of talk about the fact that some historical facts were hidden from us. And people, like crazy, chased the search for the truth. Thus, they focused their attention, energy, on this object, and history has changed and continues to change. And every day there is more and more evidence of this. The story is completely different. Suddenly, strange excavations began to be found, an incredible number of new legends and stories appeared. New data, books, documents. Even such huge structures as the pyramids managed to dig up. So, what does it mean that people used to be blind? Oh yes, there are calls on social networks, wake up. Well, we woke up. And what we see. The Bible has been rewritten, history has been rewritten, everything in the world is not as it seems to us, we are surrounded by aliens, werewolves rule countries, and there will be more. All these options are present in holographic projections of infinity. They have always been, are, and will be here and now. It is important to which assembly point we will connect, again, here and now. There is no separation between them and us, there is only me and my world. And this is important here and now. Watch science fiction films or read books on this topic and you will understand that these are not fantasies. These are real, all kinds of forms, projections of holograms of worlds. These are not myths, not fairy tales, not fantasy. It's infinity. And infinity is a very clever substance. It has everything and always, and in the present moment. It is difficult to capture instantaneous changes as the speed of movement of connections is almost imperceptible. We move from one version of the past to one version of the supposed future, being here and now. It is not possible to go back in time in the way that every day we, by means of decision-making, change our reality. The details of the past that we sometimes remember do not exist in this reality. Therefore, it is impossible to change the events of the past days from another reality. To change them, we need to return to the reality in which they occurred. And for this you need to become the same, return to the same frequency of vibrations, but this is impossible due to the constant change in space. And also in order to return to the past, it is necessary, in some way, to influence the energy components of the worlds of those people who played an important role in certain events. Sometimes people accidentally manage to get into space-time funnels and observe fragments of long-past events. Some of them stay there if their frequencies are synchronized. Others are simply pushed out by the wave. This proves that all variants of events are in the present moment, but we observe only one variant. Time is like the time of day. During the day we live in a world familiar to us, and at night we are transported to other worlds, either parallel realities, or to what we call the past and the future. And it is not surprising that, often, we do not quite understand them. We do not feel the body, we can fly, move from place to place in an instant. There we talk without opening our mouths. Leads and landscapes change rapidly, colors are brighter, sounds are clearer. We accept this as a normal phenomenon, since we have knowledge of such a possibility within the framework of the human hologram, and it does not seem strange to anyone. Because we were not weaned from this in childhood, although we changed the setting of the meaning of sleep. So, maybe life on Earth is a dream. And our normal state is there, what we call dreams. Everything is exactly the opposite. After all, it is there, to the fullest, that we use all the opportunities inherent in us. Again, we realize that the answers to our questions are so close, but we blindly do not notice them. Anything is possible. It is only necessary to connect the lines and get a complete picture of the whole world, both inside and outside. During sleep or meditation, we cease to identify with the physical body and the energy of light, BL, moves in different directions through the vast space of infinity. I didn't like to sleep before. I considered sleep to be a waste of precious time. Like many normal people, I never thought about why people sleep. It's so natural. It is necessary to restore the strength and energy wasted during the day. People suffer when they are visited by insomnia. And no one thinks why, so everything is clear. The body does not relax, the brain works tirelessly. From this lethargy and anxiety. So we were taught to understand the order of things on planet Earth. There is such a definition as circadian rhythms are internal, biological rhythms of the body with a period of about 24 hours. They prepare the body in advance, adjusting all physiological processes in accordance with daily changes in the world around them. All living organisms on the planet, including bacteria, have them. This cycle adapts to the rhythm of illumination. Looking at the flow of light, we see a beam from which vibrations emanate. And vibrations are the impetus from which monochromatic energy waves come. Our pulse works in the same way. Since the universe is harmonious, therefore, tremors occur with a certain periodicity. Scientists have established that approximately 24 hours are needed in order to launch a new hologram program human, or rather update it. It is during the period of time that we call the day, active period, we, in contact with the environment around us, produce a large exchange of energies, passing through our hologram a huge number of energy connections. By evening, the vibrations subside, the vibrations are longer, slower. And in the morning, with a new stream of light, a new push. Therefore, the dream can be seen as a reboot of the hologram of the man. But this does not mean that during this period, we cease to exist. We pass into our original state, a particle of light. Dreams as extensions of life. Mental life, so necessary for every person. But why does a person need this mental life? Why, without it, do we seem to be suffocating in the confined space of everyday life? In a dream, there is a regeneration of physical and mental processes. As a rule, this occurs in the first phase of sleep. In the second phase of sleep, the development of intelligence occurs. People do not attach importance to this, they simply do not understand what is happening to them. They write off depression and look for earthly, and therefore material reasons for it explanations. Perhaps this life is not real. And everything that happens beyond the horizons of everyday life is the real world? But we can enter it only by turning off, putting our mind to sleep, which is the lattice that blocks the expanses of the universe. The universe is big, but we humans imprisoned on planet Earth don't see it. We have erased all memory, and any guesses about the infinity of space we consider as fiction. And not many manage to break through these limitations, regain their memory, and return to themselves. Apply rules, norms, and conventions. Fictitious rules, norms, and conventions. Limited opportunities, limited reality. But someone, from time to time, sends us their signals from real life. Life without rules and restrictions. Without unnecessary adjustment to someone's approved foundations. Who is it? Maybe it's ourselves, a piece of our light that's inside us. That is the core of energy that we are. Everything is so confused, the individuality is broken, the data about the real purpose on Earth is erased. We don't understand what's happening to us. More and more often, nervous breakdowns, cancer and suicide cases have become more frequent. All this is due to the fact that the personality inside us does not live its own life, but tries to survive day after day, adapting and struggling with the created conventions, low vibrational energy components. When it comes to understanding who we are and where we are from, then values change, therefore, life itself changes, we move to the call of the heart. Everything becomes simple and clear. The daily hustle and bustle loses its significance. Through dreams, you can understand what frequency of energy we have attracted to ourselves. If we often have nightmares, then the vibrations are low and we see possible variants of events that can occur in our world on the physical plane. Anxiety, fears, anxiety. The feeling with which we wake up makes it clear how successfully the reboot took place, how qualitatively it turned out to be cleansed of energy that does not resonate well with ours. The purer our vibrations, the more powerful the push of a new wave, the wave of the next day. We are infinity, light, love. All the answers are within us. We created all the frameworks and restrictions ourselves, therefore, we can fix everything. We and only us. To do this, each of us must put our own world in order. Manifested state. Quantum mechanics scientists have determined that until an object is measured, it is in all possible variants. The wave function is a possible variant of the formation of reality. The fact of measurement is observation. By focusing our attention on something, we thereby direct the flow of energy to a certain point of an arbitrarily flowing energy wave. It turns out a connection, more precisely, the energy waves of the directional beam of light dissolve in the energy waves of the assemblage point. When they are combined and interact, new vibrations are formed and one or another reality of events is formed. It is possible to fix time only in relation to certain events and their changes. We define it as time and space. Time, therefore, also exists when we observe it. Remember the expression, happy hours are not observed. How much truth is in this phrase? When we don't observe time, we're just in space. Matter can slow down time. Time does not flow evenly. It is then accelerating, then slowing down. We are all watches with our own course. Time is just an illusion. There is no future or past, there are observation points. Since the wave oscillations emanating from the assemblage point of the moment of observation always propagate from the center to the sides in the same direction, so it seems to us that we are moving from the past to the future. If its movement is expanded, then the process will go in a different direction, but this is impossible. This is the same as making the river move in the opposite direction. If you build a dam, the river will find workarounds, but it will still move in the same direction. So is our life. As the river chooses a new version of movement, moving in the same direction, so people change the history of their lives by going their way from the past to the future. More precisely, moving away from the reporting point. If you look at the picture of the motion of the wave launched by us more closely, you can find that the flow moves in one direction, but the vibrations of the particles themselves in two at the same time. But they move at such an incredible speed that it is impossible to catch their movement. It seems that there is no flow, just the light emanating from the source is captured. Energy is not emitted in the form of a single spectrum, but in the form of quanta. So, what then happens? Why do we change, grow up, grow old? Because by choosing a point of observation, we form a corresponding flow of energies, creating the illusion of solid matter, which breaks down into more tiny particles. And we know that the larger the particle, the denser the shape. In space, this process is faster, but here we have time to live a whole life. To live a long and happy life, you need to keep the light of pure energy flowing. The movement of quantum flows around the assemblage point. The moment of observation is all sorts of variants of realities. There is no specific story. We cannot say with certainty what really happened in a particular era. We see one of the variants of history. The energy connections of life are constantly changing, moving from one option to another. Simply, we do not notice it in the same way that we are constantly changing and accepting the reality in which we are here and now and with the history presented at this moment. Where, then, are the disagreements? Why does someone, nevertheless, notice inconsistencies in the facts? Because everyone has their own world. In the presence of the information field of the universe, the assemblage points are different for everyone. In the world of one person, in his reality, one story, and another. People argue, energies touch, releasing sparks and negative emotions, low vibrational waves. This leads to pollution of the energy field of both worlds. When there is understanding, there is no possibility of discussion. The field is cleaner, the frequency of energy waves is higher. Parallel worlds. Life is present everywhere and always. The existence of parallel worlds is undeniable. They are as real as ours. As in our lives, they have an incredible number of options, or rather probabilities of events, a variety of forms and projections. Projections. As far as it is possible to imagine the development of one particular case, so many probabilities can occur. Here we choose one, and in parallel the other, and in another completely different. And again we come to infinity. It is not surprising that sometimes there are overlays. More and more often we began to notice unidentified flying objects, strange phenomena, inexplicable facts. And what do we do with all this? The answer is to accept. As a new reality, an integral part of our world. The universe, in itself, is intelligent. It is strange to think that we are the only intelligent beings in the universe. With such a variety of fauna on the planet, it is all the more foolish to think that only here on Earth there are so many life forms. Who do we think of ourselves, assuming that only beings who have a body like a person are able to think? There are a huge number of intelligent organisms. Scientists have long proved this. There are much more reasonable than you and me. It remains only to admit this fact. That's the way it is. And very soon we will find a common language with them and will be useful to each other. And everything will be much simpler. People are already communicating with some of them by means of thought forms. But not everyone understands where this or that idea came from. And where is our self, and where are they? At first glance, it seems difficult. But life shows that everything is possible. We think it's not proven, so it's not. And don't we have enough evidence? Almost everyone has encountered, as we call them, strange things. A feeling of some kind of presence, smells from nowhere, déjà vu, the appearance of entities in a photo, a phantasm, a voice in my head. What did we come up with? So, where do such fantasies come from, if we do not know anything about their existence, and even more so about what form they should be? Or do we know, they just forgot? We come here with knowledge and try to remember throughout our lives. Remember who we are, from where and what we are doing here. Who are our neighbors, who is a friend, and who is an enemy? More precisely, which energy components are the right connections, and which fail, distort our energy vibrational harmony. We need to understand what, in our opinion, is dangerous for us, was originally created in order to help us get rid of energy pollution. We clog ourselves to such an extent that they can no longer cope and cannot disconnect and become part of ourselves. But they need help, disconnect, then everyone will be fine. When we learn to recognize the connections of destructive energy and disconnect from them in time, everything will fall into place. And it will go according to the originally conceived program. It's no coincidence. Nothing just happens. If we see a form of life that is not familiar to us, no matter what world or reality, then this is definitely a sign. You need to understand the language of the universe. Obsessions that seem to come out of nowhere are not because they are obsessive, which we used to call delusional ideas, but because they are a clue to the direction of the path to our true purpose on earth in the form in which we know ourselves and with which we identify ourselves here and now in this incarnation. When we live by inertia, interference is created. People interfere in our destiny, trying to turn life in a favorable direction for them. From this, a feeling of discomfort appears inside us. We must remember that this is important for them, but not for us. If we feel discomfort in a certain situation, we need to get out of it as soon as possible. The state of harmony is our habitual state. We initially created the world harmonious, house appeared later. And we got confused. We think that the correct concept of equilibrium is contradiction. Black is white. Good is evil. Here, there. A huge mistake of mankind. Equilibrium is equally weighty. Equal in importance, and equality. There are no divisions. Everyone is equally important. Parallel worlds are also part of our world. They are inside us. Part of our subconscious. Consciousness is the knowledge of society, that is, social knowledge. The subconscious mind is the knowledge of knowledge that is under social knowledge, that is, beyond it. Knowledge that is not labeled as a society of the material world. This is global knowledge of the universe. By understanding CO knowledge, we find the key to CO knowledge. And this knowledge is always with us. We just know what we know. And you need to learn how to use it, but first, you need to accept it. And for this, you need to accept yourself as a piece of the light of infinity, in which there is absolutely everything. To explain the structure of the cosmos, it is enough to look inside yourself, to study your body. The periodic table inside us and the periodic table in space are chemical compounds of energy components. The energy system of infinity, the pure energy of light. Material bindings. Where does the hologram of man have such a craving for everything material? Our attachment to material and non-eternal things, at times, hurts, does not allow us to live and accept only positive things, makes us suffer. We learn to live without the people we love. The pain of loss, heartache, hopelessness and awareness of one's weakness in the current situation, everything passes. From time to time, this pain returns and strikes with renewed vigor at the most painful places of consciousness. What is it all about? Any disconnection is always painful. Something was, but now it is not. Void. And until this void is filled, there is a shortage. One or more components are missing, a connection. The frequency, length, height does not correspond to the required projection of the world. A replacement is needed before the conversion is complete. It can be served by other people, new relationships, work, energy components, and filling the world of a certain projection. When the pain does not go away, it means that the wrong connections have formed. And this is not good. They provoke destructive actions aimed at self-destruction of the body, physical projection. Something needs to be done urgently. The main thing is to understand and switch in time. Pain and fear are slow, low-frequency vibrations that lower the frequency of vibrations of the human body. We live in the 21st century. Artificially created pieces of paper, the so-called banknotes, control the mind of the whole world. They force you to betray, to kill. They give rise to such feelings as hatred and envy, greed, low vibrations, destroying all spiritual principles in a person. And a person, like a slave, goes ahead, over heads, over lives, sweeping away everything and everyone on his path of enrichment. What do simple pieces of paper do to us? Is it really impossible to live without this material nonsense? Money, at its core, is also energy. Energy that brings moments of joy, and therefore raises the frequency of vibrations, so necessary for us to live a healthy and happy life. What would happen if one day we abolished all this paperwork? At home, they would distribute free food, clothes, and everything necessary for life. After all, this is all our energy. The matrix is a mirror in order to see what is happening. Quantum entanglement is a confirmation that we live in a matrix. This world was invented by us. This means that it is real and possible to create all this in a completely different way, having fun. Thought is material as energy is. Energy, directed to a certain point, materializes, and therefore manifests itself in the material world. You just need to observe it, combine the necessary energy in one place. It's not difficult. It is difficult to find that very point. In an altered state of consciousness, we see the movement of energy at a certain moment, at the assemblage point. In it, we can change the frequency of combinations. Such changes lead to significant changes in our lives, change its direction. By discovering this point and observing it, we finally get freedom. Freedom of action, freedom of thought. Many things lose their meaning to be. Excessive fuss, rash actions, unnecessary purchases, and others. Instead of thinking about the material situation, we fill our consciousness with the thought of the spiritual, the desire to know ourselves. Yourself, as a part of a huge organism of infinity. We discover opportunities in ourselves, we discover a genius in ourselves. We feel like a healthy person morally, physically, and mentally. We discover the secrets of the universe, the secrets of our hologram of the world. Traveling through our world, traveling in space, we get acquainted with new possibilities and a completely different system of life. And that's fine. The sensations of flying are normal for us. All the possibilities inspire and want to create. Because we are all creators, we create our world. We ask who benefits from keeping people in the dark. After all, a person without knowledge is nothing. Without knowledge, we can't even tell the difference between a butterfly and an ant. We studied nature, as it seems to us, gave names to objects, acquired certain skills in handling it, and became interested in what is useful for ourselves to take from it. The useful, again, was reduced to the material, not the spiritual, for some reason. And they began to pump out of it, from nature, everything, even what we don't really need. And not at all a large number of people came up with the fact that you can get spiritual food from nature. It's clean energy. A holographic projection created by us to receive high, positive vibrations from it. Everyone feels the strength and power of nature, but not everyone is aware of how important it is in our earthly life. A small creature that has just been born begins to be programmed by zombified people. They invest in the baby their program, previously laid down in themselves in childhood. But the kid knows something of his own, something personal, and begins to protest against violence against his individuality. And zombies, the so-called parents, make great efforts to knock out of the naughty child everything that goes beyond the strict program of their world. The baby has more and more, why? And, really, why? Why does he have to be what he is told? Someone inside him shouts, "Don't believe it, it's all a hoax." There's something else in life, more important, more meaningful. The highly classified truth of reality. Why is this so? When did it all start, and, again, why? Who needs it? These are the questions that everyone should find an answer to today. Cleanse your world and start living a real life. Understanding who we are, where and how this particular form of the world was formed here and now. It is in this moment, in this era, in this way and not otherwise, and if we are not satisfied with something, change. Any state is a thought. To change the state, you need to change the thought. The material has meaning only in the earthly versions of reality. In another, non-material form of life, we do not need any of this, because everything is there. Absolutely everything. It is necessary to disconnect from the ego system. Thoughts are material. But who creates the thoughts? What should we think about? Everything that enters the field of our attention, or rather what we focus our attention on, generates vibrations of thoughts. It is necessary to observe our thoughts, because what we think takes shape. What we look at the longest, the more we become over time. For example, what is a school for? To teach us how to project and expand our world. In each of us, there are all kinds of vibrational frequencies, both low and high. That's why we are like that. That's why our worlds are like that. And that's why the overall picture of the world is like this. There is no matter, it is an illusion. Information carrying low-frequency vibrations sets us up for the negative construction of thought forms, from which projection situations that do not suit us materialize. The very understanding of this changes our attitude to everything that happens. We begin to choose what to watch, what or whom to listen to, with whom to communicate and with whom not, how to spend our leisure time. And reality is changing, everything around is changing. No one else can influence us. We control our every step and make our choice consciously. We expose and stop the destructive stream of thinking. We consciously tune into the wave of harmony and joy. We are consciously building a new world where everyone is happy and satisfied. The field of our world is filled with the energy of love, infinite, limitless, indisputable. EVUK energy. Sound is also energy. There is a lot of evidence on how sound affects the physical and psychological state of a person. The newborn knows nothing about the universe or knows everything. He knows exactly how to get what he needs at the moment. He has not yet been taught the earthly language and he uses the energy of sound, producing certain vibrations. And, thus, the result is not long in coming. In response to sound, he receives the positive energy necessary for the formation of his physical body. There are indescribable sounds in space, but we hear one thing. The sound of space is like a radio with an untuned wave. We hear several sounds at the same time. But now, we have caught one of them and already hear only it and already more clearly and clearly. There are many birds in the forest and at first we hear various overflows vying with each other, but by focusing our attention and hearing, we can distinguish the sound of a woodpecker and the trills of a nightingale. In the field, the gnashing of a grasshopper, the croaking of a frog, the buzzing of insects. It's all the sound matrix that surrounds us. So to speak, the matter of sound. This means that the sound is material. Have you ever thought about where, from time to time, this or that melody appears in our head? Sometimes it is very intrusive. It is important to listen. What do we hear? What is our psyche tuned to? This is our relationship with the environment, the world, space. What do we hear in the speech of an irritated person? Criticism, hatred, indignation. Or maybe it's the cry of the soul? From disorder in life, from indignation, from dissatisfaction with oneself. Maybe it's self-criticism that involuntarily spills out onto everything around him. Such a person reacts according to a pattern, according to a habit that has developed over the years. Of the numerous vibrations passing through its field, it reacts precisely to low-frequency ones. This behavior reduces the vibrational vibrations of it and the surrounding space. The sounds either calm us down or irritate us. We are so different and we all like different music and we don't think about why. I just like it. No, it's not easy. By the nature of our education, we should all like music with gentle, subtle high-frequency melodies. And this is logical. The sound of the pure light of infinite love. Why do so many people, especially young people, like low-frequency compositions aimed at destroying the hologram of light? collective thinking called fashion? How did we come to the point where we don't understand that it kills us, pushes us to commit rash acts, use alcohol and drugs, and much more? Answer. Low vibrational formations essences accumulate in huge numbers in such places of assembly and have fun to the fullest. Getting into such a wave, a person is, as if in the euphoria of apparent happiness and pleasure, until the fog of deception dissolves. Everyone knows the feeling of a hangover after a cool party, when in the morning there is no strength left at all. This is an energy hangover. Time passes, energy is restored, and you want fun again. Why is that? After all, he said to himself, never again. The illusion of bliss, a weak copy of real harmony, created by the vibrations of the sound of low-frequency music, which is associated in the human brain with something pleasant, and you want to experience those sensations again. And instead of looking for harmony within yourself, it is much easier to go where you know for sure that you have already experienced it there. And it doesn't matter what follows, and it doesn't matter that this feeling is not durable, it's easier. But what price do we humans pay for such short-term pleasures? First of all, we shorten our presence here on Earth by at least half. Secondly, we live with the pain of the physical body as it periodically fails, energy blockages. Third, temporary pleasure is followed by moments of depression and dissatisfaction with one's life, psychodiscomfort. And that's not all. You can write a whole book of actions and deeds that provoke certain diseases both on a physical and psychological level. You can write a dictionary on the use of words and phrases, as a manual on the use and compilation of thought forms for the design of an ideal form of life. Because the more destructive savings, the more difficult it is to refuse, to put an end to it, to focus your attention on creative actions. We just need to go to the sound of light, monitor the purity of our thoughts, and radiate pure energy. There is no need to shout about respect, about justice, about honesty. Such things are spoken of in a completely different tone. In the sense of these words, the energy of power is laid. And what thought we put into it, so it comes to us. We think we smell, but we not only smell the smell, but we also listen to its different frequencies, waves of vibration. And the smell and taste and color are all vibrations of different frequencies. The consonance of vibrational waves has a huge impact on us. That's why it's important to choose your place, time, and environment. The quality of our world, energy vibrational, energy informational, and energy emotional connection depends on the environment around us. Where there are vibrations, and they are everywhere, there is sound. And it doesn't matter if we hear it or not, it still constantly has an important influence on us and our lives. Special protection measures should be applied against the occurrence of sound combinations with the following frequencies, since the coincidence of frequency leads to the occurrence of resonance. 20 to 30 Hz head resonance. 40 to 100 Hz eye resonance. 0.5 to 13 Hz resonance of the vestibular apparatus. 4 to 6 Hz heart resonance. 2 to 3 Hz gastric resonance. 2 to 4 Hz intestinal resonance. 6 to 8 Hz renal resonance. 2 to 5 Hz hand resonance. We do not give much importance to the sounds around us, but on a subconscious level we know that we like the singing of birds, the sound of the sea waves, the rustle of trees. We are frightened and alarmed by the peal of thunder and a sharp scream. We may not notice some movements, but we will definitely react to the sound. If a person just waves his hands, we may find it ridiculous. When we hear him scream, we react instantly. There are a huge number of frequencies of energy and sound combinations in the universe. Most of them we are not aware of, do not hear, but this does not mean that our body does not react to them. Our mental and physical state changes many times throughout the day. Sometimes it is almost imperceptible, and sometimes vice versa. Sound compounds are capable of causing hallucinations, or, in other words, frequencies of vibrations of energy waves, resonate with different realities or a certain reality in a particular place. Such places are called portals or faults. So, as sound affects the subconscious of a person, living by inertia, we obey different wave flows, mainly those whose frequencies correspond to our energy vibrations. When we become mindful, we can control which wave we tune into, and thus choose which direction we take. Any disease can be cured with the help of vibrations of the frequency of sound waves. Experiments have shown that by changing the frequency of the sound, we get a different pattern. So, let's change the pattern of our world by tuning into the high-frequency vibrations of sound. Love? What we, in the world we have changed, call love is very far from the primordial, pure, infinite love of light. This concept is so perverted that it no longer carries a piece of the light of divine love. All-encompassing, unselfish, limitless. What we just do not cover up with this definition. Manipulation, gratitude, affection, sex, loneliness. We all want love. Real, although we do not fully understand the meaning of this word, but we want to. And it is always real, well, or so it seems to us. After a while, we realize that something is wrong. And disappointment comes. But, at the most unexpected moment of life, suddenly, something happens. Everything changes, a new feeling embraces us. When 100% convinced that love does not exist in the world, and even more so, does not exist at first sight, so, at that very moment true love comes. And life began to sparkle with colors again. And everything is fine, if not for the whole set of buts. We mistakenly think that everything cannot be perfect. Moments of happiness do not last. In life, everything repeats itself with a certain frequency. Well, be that as it may, in the end we managed to meet our soul mate. They started a family. Everything is fine, but somehow gray, ordinary. But, we love each other, so everything is fine? Year after year, we break each other's personality, erase everything that we have learned, to which we have gone all our conscious life, criteria, plans, incentives, the truth of life. This is, in a way, violence against the mind, the imposition of someone else's imperfect criteria. And so, we come to the conclusion that everyone closes in their own little world. Uncertainty of the future, unpredictability. There is no love and no confidence in tomorrow, but there is a stable now. And we turn a blind eye to trouble, endure one disappointment after another. We look around us and see that the object of our adoration does not have the qualities that we endowed him with at the initial stage of the relationship. How did we not see this before? Shrouded in a veil of illusions of love, we see what we want to see. We see only the surface shell and do not see the full picture of the world of our chosen one. Since the vibrations of the feeling of falling in love are powerful enough, they overshadow other radiations of human vibrations. It is very difficult to see the full spectrum of its radiation. This does not mean that our chosen one is a bad person, it's just that the frequency of vibrations can coincide on one level, but not on another. As a rule, at the first meeting, in the first 7 seconds, we read the frequency of each other's vibrations. If we record this moment, we will never make a mistake in our choice. But it's so fleeting, so we don't notice it. How to accept the fact that the relationship is over, if it seems that you still feel love and cannot forget? First, you need to make sure that your loved one is not mistaken in his feelings, does not confuse with temporary emotions that are not subject to rational thinking of the brain. After all, the brain is programmed to protect us from trouble, which was created by the ego system. Accordingly, his reaction to circumstances takes place according to the program launched by the system, which turns on automatically. And the feeling of comfort in a certain way of life is often perceived as love, only in a slightly different aspect. Now the expression is often used, there is chemistry between us. Or, no chemistry. And also, the spark flew by, the spark went out. So, what is this chemical compound, love? It is a perfect fusion of two unipolar energy compounds. It is said very accurately about the sparkle. The two corresponding energies combined and a light was lit. This is a sign that the connection is made correctly. There is no light, the poles do not match, or some component is missing. There is no need to connect it only somehow, but somehow. Nothing good will come of it. Sooner or later, the wiring will burn out. It's not about circumstances or others. Initially, a mistake was made, we just wanted it so much. After all, sparks also occur during short circuits. It seems that today in our world there are only short circuits. We are so used to it that it seems to us that it is normal. Indeed, normally. Compliant with the norms, but not perfectly. Or ideally within the framework of earthly ideals. Where is the boundary between normality and madness? How is it that a person does not see the difference in his existence and reality, being on an emotional wave? Why can't he control his emotions? What is life dissatisfaction and why? Where does this feeling come from? Not a desire to understand, first of all, oneself and others. Often, the desire to remake others and the whole world to fit their own standards of the world, instead of looking inside oneself, contributes to the emergence of internal discomfort, dissatisfaction, hopelessness, and, finally, disappointment. It seems that it is difficult, and sometimes impossible, to know oneself. We just need to come to this. We will recognize ourselves, we will understand others. And only then will we meet true love. A person who has accepted and loved himself, in the good sense of the word, who has acquired inner harmony, filled with the bliss of infinite love, carries the vibrations of his light into his environment and learns the real happiness of love, to love and be loved. Like to like. Love unites into one whole, and does not complement each other's gaps, as we mistakenly used to think. More precisely, we were taught to think so. Everyone experienced states of joy in their stomachs. It is commonly called butterflies in the stomach. It is a state of approaching joy of bliss. It always portends good things. Or acquaintance with a loved one. Or this feeling visits after meeting such a person. Why isn't it durable? We need to connect, to dissolve in love as one. Next to each person there must be the right partner, the right one for this particular person. For others, it may not be, but it doesn't matter. After all, this is an ideal fusion of energies for a particular person. How rare is this fusion in our world? We have already come to terms with the fact that everything is not perfect as we are programmed for the program of a non-ideal world. The problem is that from childhood we are taught to think according to prepared patterns, to act in a certain way. And we do not consciously perform certain actions by inertia. We copy the behavior in the relationships of our parents, relatives, acquaintances. We copy the mannerisms we see from television screens. Our programming generates thoughts that take shape. We are all good and deserve the best and, of course, mutual and pure love. Undoubtedly. We know this and try it, gaining experience in the process of approaching the ideal option for creating a prosperous family, a unit of society. The very concept of the cell of society creates the impression that we are creating a family not for ourselves, but for society, and, of course, according to the standards of this very society. And after that, we want to be happy. How can this be, if we initially did not make our choice, as the heart prompted, but succumbed to various types of manipulations, made the right choice for the environment around us? Sorry, but the garbage after this trouble, we rake ourselves. And where is the society at this time, when its support is so necessary? When we think about society, we look around. How what I do looks from the outside. What do others think of my partner? Is he good enough? Calm down, she will never match their ideal parameters 100%, it's impossible. The concept of perfection and ideal is different for everyone and depends on the personal criteria of a person. How we think and act depends on them. If a person has his own world ugly, then he sees only flaws in others. In a perfect world, everything is fine. And do not say that the perfect world does not exist just because your world is not. There is no need to convince us that there is no mutual love. Whoever says this does not know how to love, does not trust, does not appreciate. Blind, stupid, and miserable. It is necessary to put all the manifestations of love together. It's like gathering all the sparks of fire into one fire, but they fly in different directions and never come back. But we light new fires. There is love, and love is only in one variant, infinite love, boundless love of light. We are light, we are love. Mirage. Strange patterns happen to people day in and day out. We puzzle over why everything is so and not otherwise. At the same time, in addition, how to argue on the topic, here it happened again, we do not want to understand the chain system that led directly to this outcome of circumstances. I wonder how the character deteriorates if events occur that do not suit us. Everything is annoying, everything is wrong, the situation is getting out of control. What pleasure do we humans derive from suffering? Suffering? Positive direction. Why is it so difficult to part with a negative past? What prevents and why? 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 Only today, here and now, can we take the first step into our bright tomorrow, freeing ourselves from unnecessary circumstances that wait on us, regardless of our location and environment, which, in our opinion, prevents us from getting out of the vicious circle. All this is a mirage created by us. And, for unknown reasons, we, for some reason, do not want to change anything. We talk a lot about the fact that we are not satisfied with everything, we are tired of this routine, but in reality, for reasons and excuses invented by us, we are not able to change anything. This belief is not true. Everything is in our hands, or rather in our heads. For example, a person is stuck in the shackles of his illness and all his thoughts and conversations boil down to the fact that he is sick. Thus, he convinces himself of his unhealth. Naturally, he cannot be cured until he believes that he is absolutely healthy, and the health problem is a temporary disorder of his body. A sign for the analysis of your life, vision and attitude to everything around you, a signal for change. It is really difficult for a person to abandon the usual rhythm of life as it is difficult to leave our habits, so we cannot let go of the situation. It is only necessary to disconnect the unnecessary plugs and everything will fall into place. It's so simple, but we think it's impossible. Because they interfere with us, clog our thoughts with false imposed stereotypes, pull the strings like puppets. And we follow their lead. To get rid of them, it is only necessary to direct your energy to the right point, observe it, or rather the situation, and possibly your whole life. It becomes clear that this worldly life is a mirage. We are deceiving ourselves. We believe in something that does not exist. But the most amazing thing is that we believe in anything but ourselves. It is difficult for us to imagine that this world is inside us. After all, to admit this is to take responsibility for the mess created in it. Then you have to clean up all this mess, and suddenly it doesn't work out. And this is where the energy of fear comes in. I can't do it alone. I can't do anything. And so on. Is it really necessary to be able to do something else after we have created our own world? Didn't we do it alone? There is no one more powerful than us. This must be understood and accepted. And everything will be different. The world will be different. After all, our reality is caused by the very act of looking at it. Yes, it's just about from what point or from what angle to look at it. The nature of reality. The quantum world confirms that there is no unambiguous reality. Let's look at the example of a spinning coin. As long as the coin is spinning, it has no side. Does the moon cease to exist when we are not looking at it? The moon, indeed, does not exist when we do not see it. We change reality by observation. As long as we don't see what's outside the walls of our house, there's nothing there. It's up to us to decide what kind of world we go to by opening the door. Will he be hostile to us or vice versa? How to get an answer to this question? Simply analyze your way of thinking. It is there that the landscapes of upcoming events are laid. The vibrations of the energy of thoughts form forms. We wake up in the morning in a stream of pure vibrations, open the window and see the sun and the branches of the trees reaching for it. The vibrational energy of air and water gives us a vision of this naturally created combination because we vibrate with it at the same frequency. When we are gloomy, we do not see all the delights of life, nothing pleases us. The severity of life situations falls on us with a powerful force and, worse, generates new destructive vibrations that immediately form the corresponding pictures of the world around us. Everything is illusory. Throughout life, we are often on the crest of a wave, but, unfortunately, we do not attach importance to this. And when the wave goes down, we are disappointed. We lack the knowledge and skills to shape our world. We are not taught this either at school or at the institute. We are taught to adapt to it. We are taught to survive. If we were taught to build a harmonious world, we would not need to learn to accept the blows of fate. Wisdom comes with age, with experience. The fog dissolves, and we begin to see our mistakes clearly. So, here and now, today let's take a closer look at our reality, dispel the mirage and create a new world on the crest of a wave of luck, happiness, and harmony. Information. Where do we get information about how to live and what to do? Information is everywhere, anywhere in space, and is transmitted instantly. Quantum oscillations. The frequency of oscillations of energy informational waves is present at the virtual level. Reading and decoding of information waves occurs by means of perception of a particular frequency. Particles can instantly and repeatedly influence each other in space. The same thing happens with the information field. This property is called quantum entanglement. The electrodes are always interconnected. The relationship is based on two principles. First, one electrode is red, the second is red, identity. Second, one electrode is red, the second is green, opposite. We either accept the energy informational frequency, or we repel, deny. Interesting, not interesting, tempting. We do not react to most of the information in any way. We do not identify ourselves with it. According to the law of energy interactions, energy conducting devices have been created. We put two batteries, where there is always a plus to a plus and a minus to a minus. But the batteries are nested in opposite directions. More precisely, where one has a plus, the second has a minus, and vice versa. That is, horizontally plus to plus, and vertically plus to minus. Hence, it is possible to predict the result only if we know exactly at what point we are and where we radiate our energy waves. If we hit the point with a plus sign, then the result will be with a plus sign. If we are in the minus position, respectively, the result will be with a minus sign. If we, from the point of the report with a plus sign, direct the energy wave in a straight line vertically or horizontally, it does not matter, the result will be negative. A downward wave of energy. If we, from the point of the report with a minus sign, direct the energy wave in a straight line, vertically or horizontally, the result will be positive. An upward wave of energy. But we can determine this only within a limited interval. What matters is not the right direction, but the right position. The expression, in the right place, at the right hour, explains how important it is for any undertaking to get to the moment where all the energy components resonate synchronously. In other words, plus with plus, that is, to the point of powerful energy radiation. The light source itself has the most powerful vibrational force than the waves emanating from it. From a geometric point of view, if we consider the situation from the position of two batteries that make objects move, from plus to plus and minus to minus, it turns out that in order to get from a minus position to a plus position, you must always move at an angle of 90 degrees. And if we get into the wave itself, then the result of our intention will not be long in coming. Getting into the most powerful flow of information, people make the greatest discoveries of the century. But how to get into this very wave? It seems that we almost always move at an angle of 45 degrees. Those who are in the black are always in the black, those who are in the red are constantly in the red. This is a good time to remember quantum entanglement. Vibrations of energy waves propagate at different frequencies, both vertically and horizontally. There are no straight lines in the universe. Since energy flows, at the same time, move both to the input and to the output, depending on the speed of movement, the wave of energy moves either forward or it is carried back. From here, sometimes we have the feeling that we are walking in circles. It is necessary to increase the speed of the vibrations of the intention. Then the wave will not be thrown back. When the frequency of vibrations moving in different directions is synchronized, there will be a connection of feedbacks at a high frequency, that is, in an ideal position, there will be a fusion of soul and body. Complete harmony. Channels of full access to high frequency level information are opened. We know, we understand, we know what to do. It is important to know where we are and where we are going. Light matrix. Energy vibration waves, moving synchronously in different directions from the center to the length of infinity, vertically, and propagating to the sides of infinity, horizontally, form a light matrix. This is the nature of the wave structure of light, or, more precisely, a component of the functions of light particles, vibrations. When observed, the electron is divided into many particles, wave vibrations, and reunited into a single whole. Electron, waves, electron. Photons of light travel at a speed of 3.000 meters per second, so they always stand still in position 0. Time, with an increase in speed or in a massive volume, slows down. As always, the answers to the mysteries of the universe are with us. The smaller the particle, the faster it is. Proven by scientists. It is not necessary to conduct experiments with atoms and photons, it is enough to observe the nature around you. A small, thin person always moves faster than a big and stout one. Insects are fast, large animals are slow. So, returning to the matrix of light radiation, with the naked eye you can see how energy propagates from the center, light source, in all directions simultaneously with the same intervals in power. The farther from the center, the color is paler, the amplitude is wider, the oscillations are slower. Light is scattered, energy dissolves, time slows down. Waves, consisting of tiny particles of photon light, are in continuous and fast motion, causing vibrations. If the motion of a photon is almost impossible to determine due to its transience, then when the energy formations are combined, the speed slows down and it becomes easier to calculate it. We can observe some energy flows in the environment around us. For the formation of a wave, a strong push is needed. Such tremors occur at regular intervals, one after another. Therefore, as a rule, at a certain point, one wave covers the other and energy overlays are formed. In other words, a surge of energy. If these energies resonate on a high wave, it's euphoric. At low frequencies, depression. If mood swings don't resonate, the energies are mixed with each other. Change fluctuations. But we must not forget that all this is in a constant, continuous movement of infinity. It has always been, is, and will be. This is life. So, it follows that both the source of light, the starting point, and the wave emanating from it, in essence, are one. The source and vibrations are identical. They are in one place and everywhere at the same time. They are inseparable. The universe is a projection of the energy of light. Hence, each person has a feeling inside that there is some kind of creator, a sense of the significance of his existence and purpose. Self-improvement is necessary so that the light does not go out, so that the light source emits purer and more powerful waves. Interesting, but true, where light cannot be seen darkness, and in the dark it is easy to see a beam of light. Here is another indisputable proof of the power of our source of the universe. After all, only where there is light, life is born. We direct our attention, energy, light source, into the darkness of empty space, and this is where it all begins. The vibrations of the light matrix create whole compositions of visible and invisible manifestations. Projections that are in our field of vision, we perceive normally as we are accustomed to them. They are integral parts of the field of our world. As for the unmanifested forms of our world, they sometimes frighten us. But they are also integral and significant substances that are in our space. As birds, insects, various animals, each species of the population contributes to the natural environment, so the presence of life forms invisible to our eyes is undoubtedly important. We are looking for answers to our many questions somewhere over the horizon, in space, in the bowels of the earth, and they are all inside us. With this knowledge, we incarnate here. Without them, it is impossible to create a hologram of the man. We are the light. We are everything. Placebo effect. In medicine, placebo, Latin placera, pleasure, means a drug that has no medicinal properties. The term was introduced into scientific circulation by the American physician Henry Beecher in 1955, who found that about a third of patients recover from dummy pills that do not contain active ingredients. The placebo effect is indisputable proof of the power of thought in changing the emotional state. If we focus on negative experiences, all our attention is fixated on that. Therefore, and according to the law of attraction, we attract the corresponding energies. And the situation is getting worse. There are such expressions: trouble does not come alone or all to one. A sick person constantly thinks about his illness, observes this process. This is how his world is formed, consisting of doctors, an environment of patients and relatives with sad faces. Such establishments are filled with low-frequency energies fueled by pain and suffering. This atmosphere is transmitted from one to another. But, if a person switches his attention to something else, he quickly recovers. There are many cases when people doomed to be confined to a wheelchair all their lives began not only to walk, but also to run. This shows how, with the help of correct thought forms, a person can solve any problem. Correct your hologram by collecting and attaching the vibrational components of the energy projection group with a projection of a healthy body. Translated from Latin, placere means pleasure. And pleasure is a hormone of joy, which means that the frequency of vibrations of the state of joy is high. It is positive energy. Positive energy lifts the mood, evokes positive emotions, a stimulus to life, a desire to do something. In order to live in pleasure, you need a healthy body. The vibrations of the body rise and normalize the rhythms of the previously damaged organ. The process is running and a miracle. But it's not a miracle. It's just that attention has been redirected from illness to action. And, of course, faith, or rather, the knowledge that you are healthy. In other words, the vibration frequency of the energy has changed and the low frequencies have increased. Thus, a reconfiguration was carried out and the situation changed, and, consequently, the picture of the world. There is an expression: failures are contagious. It is. If you often find yourself in the company of people who only complain about their lives, in which one trouble is replaced by another, then sooner or later unpleasant things begin to happen to us. Such a society is not only unpleasant, but also dangerous and, yes, contagious. These people are the owners of a huge number of connections. These are emitters of negativity, low vibrational energies. They are tuned to the waves corresponding to their radiation. Well, again we return to the fact that like attracts like. To live healthy, happy, prosperous, you need to monitor your energy field. Create your own world full of goodness, joy, and harmony. How do we explain that if we are energy, then why does our hologram body age? All people age in different ways. Someone goes bald, someone turns gray. Some have more wrinkles than others. This confirms that the vibrations of the waves of each hologram are different. Someone does not have enough certain frequencies for the full component. Of course, everything can be restored by focusing on what we want to fix. But we don't know anything about it and think it's not possible. How so? How can we be so blind? Why is it so hard to believe in all the possibilities? Haven't we seen many times how wounds heal on our body, how new hair grows to replace lost hair, how chemical elements in our body are restored? This is obvious, but, nevertheless, it seems to us that it is incredible. But it happens to us every day. Everyone has noticed that the higher the quality of a person's life, the better his appearance and the stronger his health. For those who work all their lives in order to survive, energy is wasted on maintaining their livelihoods, and not on raising energy vibration waves. Therefore, the hologram of the physical body is destroyed. Stress, poor nutrition, fatigue, the use of low-frequency substances and drugs, negative thought forms, the use of parasitic words, all this provokes the formation of destructive energy. Thus, as the hologram of man was created, it is also destroyed. And we do it ourselves. It is easier to maintain an already created hologram than to create a new one. It is important to redirect your attention to joyful events, to learn to see life in its positive aspect. Then life expectancy and its quality will increase. It seems to us that it is difficult to retune to a positive mood when there is a lot of negativity around, but remember the dummy pill that does its job despite the situation. You also need to learn not to pay attention to all the negativity that they are trying to drive into our heads, and simply live our lives, rejoicing in small successes and achievements. To find the positive in everything, because our world cares about us, even when it seems to us that everything is the opposite. It is not the world that is cruel to us, it is we who treat it cruelly. Let's eat a dummy pill and look with different eyes at the vibrations of our world, each individually and all together. It's simple. Consciousness is the programming language of the universe. What we believe in is what we do. We do what we are convinced of. False identity complicates lifestyle. Someone once created a system so that house would not arise. That's what we're told, but isn't the universe harmonious? So, why are we deceiving ourselves? Hackers of the unconscious, deception of perception, projection. Patterns established in childhood. But we can choose what we think and what we believe. Studying people's lives, I realized one thing: everything is simple. We complicate things ourselves. Everyone comes up with a character and plays this role all their lives. Ever since we learned to understand the language of people, all we hear is, you need to do this, you need to do this, you need to learn, you need to work, you need to, you need to, you need to. Only no one explained who needed it. Of course, if you insist, they will answer, you need it, and they will add to this convincing why. And we believe. And we learn and work all our lives to survive or chic or whatever. We twist our plots of life better than Hollywood cinemas. It is necessary to understand, we observe our thoughts. We create a mental matrix. We must be aware that we see our projections. The energy field of the frequency of energy oscillations. Global templates. Myths are collapsed programs. Let's remember, we are a piece of infinite love, pure energy of light. Light is a wave. Wave motion of light. How light behaves can be understood by observing the behavior of waves on the water. So, light is a stream of particles, quantum. Observing the wave, we discover the wave first hits the screen and then becomes an element. We, as a particle of light, form a hologram of man and observe ourselves throughout our earthly life. To understand the process of this formation, I propose to briefly consider such a phenomenon as quantum teleportation. It would be more accurate to say the teleportation of the quantum state, that is, the transfer not of the particle itself, but of its state, the phantom particles of light. We don't see the quantum particle, but it's everywhere. When we saw her, she changed. In the quantum world, an electron is in two states at the same time. Superposition is an arbitrary state and an altered state when observed. This explains the fact that we are in the universe, and the universe is inside us. Also, it explains the feeling of duality of consciousness. In quantum teleportation, the property of one particle is transferred to another. Two particles transfer the property of the third to one of these two in the entangled state. When two particles diverge, their states are still preserved. They know everything about each other. Connections and disconnections occur in microseconds. Wave properties. Therefore, reality is incomprehensible. As soon as we direct our attention to a certain particle, assemblage point, moment, you can call it whatever you like, everything around us changes, reality adapts to us, or rather to the corresponding vibrations of the waves, receiving and transmitting information. This is how we create our world. We are creators. We choose this or that reality, time and place, we choose where and when to project our world. And then we get into the matrix of energy vibration waves and, in the course of our life, we make up and destroy millionth combinations of energy compounds. And when the projection fades, we project a new one. And so on ad infinitum. Self-awareness will lead us to take control of our lives. Being aware of ourselves in every moment, observing it, we make our own decisions, and do not allow someone else to do it for us. The emotional state affects the energy capabilities. Putting himself in a forced situation, a person considers himself a victim, begins to broadcast negative, low vibrations and, thereby, attracts more and more negativity into his life. Mindfulness allows you to fix and stop this process of attraction in time or prevent it altogether. Listening to our emotional state, the frequency of the waves of our projection, at each moment allows us to always move in the right direction. This, I am glad, is a hint of the true self. What to do when the soul hurts, the situation seems hopeless, circumstances are pressing. There are no hopeless situations. You need to go to the call of the heart. To do what makes the soul sing. For what you want to wake up and create. And it doesn't matter how old we are. Time does not exist, age does not exist, only infinity. And she has no age. We came up with all the definitions and divisions into criteria ourselves. They came up with them, believed in them, and fell into a trap. And only awareness will help us get out of this cage of false identity in the matrix of the system. After all, there is only one matrix of infinity, a matrix of pure vibrations of light, and there is a completely different picture. What we project here on Earth are perverted hallucinations of false pictures of the world. We don't like the picture of the world that we see, but we don't do anything about it. We have excuses for everything. Only by being aware of ourselves in the present moment do we change our world. It is very important and necessary to take full responsibility for everything that happens in our lives. With the acquisition of awareness, we first open up a new look at the world around us, which amazes us with its imperfection. This world needs to be observed, accepted, and built your own. In the world of worlds, the most important world is its own. Every day, it's different. The law of esotericism is constantly changing everything. What happened yesterday doesn't matter today. It must be taken as an experience of yesterday. What didn't work yesterday can work today if you keep your mind positive. The assembly point is on a positive result. In the present moment, we are changing not only the future, but also the past. It is necessary to raise the vibrations of the energy components and maintain them constantly. New neural connections. History is written by the winners. So, let's write our story. Imposed values. A huge number of false values and principles we adhere to by mistake without knowing our origin. Where everything is simple, it seems confusing to us. Why is this the way our world works? Because we concocted it that way. Someone, once, a long time ago, before us. Or maybe we ourselves came up with this in another holographic projection. It's like an eternal experiment. Since this method did not work, let's try something else. Maybe it will work and push you on the path of awakening, enlightenment, and pure energy will break through and the hologram of the world will become cleaner, brighter, brighter. How many people in the world think in this way? If nothing happens, then life is lived in vain. It was necessary to come up with evil, for balance, so they explained to us, but in fact, all this was invented in order to assert ourselves, constantly proving something to someone. And we are told, everything is known in comparison. Why compare? Because this is where all the contradictions begin. Comparison is, in essence, the point of view of a single subject on a certain situation or subject of observation. The point of view, or rather, the interpretation of the subject of observation, depends on the principles, attitudes, criteria, views, identification of oneself in society and the position of a particular individual. Since there are no two identical people on the planet, it is not possible to get a single result. Therefore, it is customary to gather people according to their interests, where their positions more or less coincide. But even there, from time to time, there are disputes and disagreements. We must understand that there is nothing right or wrong, bad or good, better or worse, there is another. Different thinking, different views, visions, attitudes, positions. And all this makes up a single whole, an infinity of options. A mistake is the desire to adapt to the created system in a way that is almost impossible. Each particle, person, is, in a way, a puzzle in the vast picture of infinity. And therefore, in principle, it cannot 100% meet any criteria. A huge number of people do not live the way they would like. That's why they suffer. They suffer from mental and physical ailments. Constant dissatisfaction with others, with oneself, with the government, laws, with a combination of circumstances. Yes, anything. No matter what happens in their lives, there will always be room for indignation and a sense of injustice about the fact that fate has decreed this way and not otherwise. All this comes from the fact that when it comes time to make a choice, this category of people chooses what is expected of it, and not what is right for it. But they think just the opposite, believing that they are doing the right thing. Hence the question, right for whom? And the answer is simple, for the one who imposed these false attitudes on us. Initially, we all accept these attitudes, we have no choice. We appear in this world and accept it for what it is, without asking the question, why is it like this? It's simple, that's how it works. But the time comes, and each of us, from somewhere from the depths of consciousness, has more and more questions, and the main one is, why is everything in this world arranged this way, and not otherwise? And we start looking for answers. At this point, the right to choose appears. Throughout the day, we make many decisions. Where to go, what to wear, how to act, what to answer, how to react, and so on. And it seems that all this happens automatically, but any of our decisions depends on the attitudes we have made earlier. Here, let's pay attention to the word accepted. Yes, we consciously accepted them ourselves. We call them our principles. And we do not think about the fact that it is they, our principles, who limit, control, manage our decisions. For some people, their principles are so absurd, but they do not understand this and poke them at every opportunity. It's not in line with my principles, I'm not like that, I can't do that, it's not for me, it's not good. Oh my God, how many barriers and restrictions are covered by the criteria of your lifestyle and way of thinking? What heights could have been achieved if it were not for the principles? Sadly, the values to which we attach great importance are often imbued with false stereotypes imposed on us from the outside. The very realization of this can contribute to a sharp turn in our life and its correct course. To understand what to do and how to live, how to make decisions correctly, you need to listen to your body, or rather the energy of your body. If we feel good, we are on the right track. It will lead us to the right point in the report. To understand and accept ourselves as a significant part of the pure energy of light, a huge organism of infinity, as a whole, an important, unique creature, will help to realize the significance of our existence. The physical projection of the energy of light here and now and throughout the multifaceted universe is an indescribable and inevitable component of the energy fluctuations of infinity. The shapes and projections reproduced by these vibrations are a process of light radiation, the quality of which depends on perfection. Is there a limit to perfection? Of course not. It is necessary to know our divine nature. To cease to identify with the material, to identify with the divine. Accept the absolute principle of all existence. Absolute, not relative. The alchemy of life. The search for oneself is the search for an image. We already are. So what are we looking for? For centuries, people have sought the alchemical knowledge of longevity or eternal life. How close are they to answering this question? In any case, many of them are no longer on Earth, at least in the physical body. This question is shrouded in mystery and myth. If there are people who know the truth, they do not open the knowledge for general use. But why? After all, it is clear that everyone will not be able to put them into practice. It's so obvious. On the internet there is a huge amount of advice from millionaires with 1,000 views on how you can get fabulously rich. But people don't get richer without exception. Only those who can accept themselves as rich can get rich. The rest will find many excuses. It's the same with longevity. So why not tell everyone about it? The alchemy of life lies in the energy components of human waves, or rather their frequencies of oscillations. Both health and quality of life depend on it. What we radiate is what we get. The influence of the environment around us is of great importance and leaves imprints on our lives. After all, the environment around us is an energy field, the flows of which interact with us. Getting into this or that flow, our energy merges with it. On a subconscious level, in one way or another, our body reacts to these components, and thoughts appear. They come from emptiness or, as it is now called, dark matter. Understanding this leads to conscious interaction with the universe. There is only one vibrational field. All things come out of it. The field is a layering of vibrations. One layer follows another, constantly changing, exchanging information. Therefore, it is not possible to see the whole picture. This field does not exist around us, it exists passing through us in the form of ourselves. Everything is vibration. The higher the frequency of vibrations, the more complex the shapes. The vibrations of the earth and water create a huge mass of animals and plants. The universe collapses and unfolds in the form of energy. Learning how to use energy flows and direct them in the right direction will lead to harmony in all respects. All energy waves are the same. We identify with them, considering them different. Blocked by false stereotypes, the brain creates thought forms according to a loaded ego program, which is very difficult to destroy, but it is possible. The ego system creates duality, provokes us to pathological thinking. It is necessary to achieve the stillness of consciousness. This is the great power. When consciousness becomes completely motionless, the illusion is revealed in the same way that consciousness itself creates this illusion. Scientists have found that when a person's alpha activity increases, stress immediately decreases. At the same time, a person can also remember information well, learn qualitatively, and at the same time he can be relaxed. Serious shocks, childhood traumas, chronic overwork can cause suppression of alpha brain activity, which negatively affects health, learning and quality of life in general. Alpha activity accompanies the following human states: daydreaming, creativity, trance, hypnosis, relaxation. Alpha rhythm is characteristic of those cells that interpret the information supplied by the senses, sight, hearing, touch. It is possible to achieve conscious regulation of processes in selected brain cells. Our brain is capable of incredible things, but it is hindered by consciousness. It is known that with the absolute coincidence of the frequency of the brain with the frequency of vibrations of the earth, a person, in addition to the healing itself, receives a number of other abilities. The higher the frequency of vibrations, the more complex and beautiful the pattern of a person's life. With our activities, we influence the change in our basic frequency. The frequency is influenced by the type of thinking. Robert Becker, measuring the brainwaves of psychics during remote exposure sessions, found that the waves of the right and left hemispheres of the brain at such moments are equal in frequency and opposite in amplitude, which leads to the formation of standing waves, a characteristic feature of which is that in a standing wave there is a transformation of one type of energy into another. Our words and thoughts materialize in the case of the formation of the resonance of standing waves of the surrounding space. The result of this resonance is the transformation of energy from one form to another. The energy of words and thoughts is transformed into concrete events. An ordinary person has the opportunity to purposefully build the future development of events in his life, to correct the possible consequences of negative events that have not yet come, but may come, to harmonize various areas of his life. To do this, it is necessary to achieve harmony of consciousness, mind, and subconsciousness. The world we live in. With the acquisition of awareness, we understand that the structure of the world is completely different, not the same as it has been shown to us for many years. The rules in this world are set by us. Or rather, it should be so, but, for some reason, we put the responsibility for this in the hands of other people. Quantum physics proves that our world is not something solid, it is something that is constantly changing. Who said that this world was not invented by us? This world was not invented by me? In reality, everything is exactly the opposite. To realize that the world in which we live was created by us, by means of our thought forms, which materialized into its physical manifestation, means to take responsibility for all its causal components and the quality of life itself. The law of causal interaction is to make conscious decisions, to take conscious actions, to control your soaps. Every action has a preemptive reason. When we make a decision, the reason for the choice is predetermined and follows in the consequence. We change the cause, we change the effect. The reason for the consequence is the embedded installations, codes that, according to the laws of infinity space, can be changed. To do this, you need to get out of the unenlightened state. Concentration on oneself generates karma. How? 99.99999% of the universe is empty space. This empty space is not empty. Emptiness is made up of energy. Space is reasonable. Even the smallest part of it. The universe is a hologram of the projection of information. Matter is made up of energy. The energy of space responds to thought, and reality to attention. To what the attention of thoughts is directed, such is the reality of our world. We observe the content of our minds. As a rule, every 6 to 7 seconds, we lose concentration. It is very important to maintain positive thoughts and concentrate on them in the present moment. There is no other. There is only here and now. The only thing in the universe is space. Or rather, it is the universe in space. All the diversity of the material world is located in space. By directing our attention to a certain assemblage point in space, we thereby connect the vibrational and energy waves of one or another component, and form a picture of the world. An energy field is created. There is no field, there is nothing. The field is created by the frequency of vibrations. It is important to look at the whole world from a position of luck. Remove the hypnosis of fear of everyday life. Enter the program of a happy future. Enter a program where I can do anything. Everything we see starts with an idea. We are the ones we think about the most. If we decompose the human body into atoms and subatoms, we come to the conclusion that the human body is pure energy. The act of the observer creates this object. Spirit, mind, body. The body can only feel. Thought can create. The spirit is omnipresent. An atom consists almost entirely of empty space. The shape of holograms depends on the frequency of vibrations. The higher the frequency, the more complex the patterns. Fear is a long and slow frequency of vibrations, love is short and fast. Our body is constantly vibrating, however, so is our world. Each particle, each cell has its own vibrational waves, which make up dense matter. Depending on the frequency of vibrations, one or another element is formed, or, in other words, a form of life, even if it is very scanty, invisible to the human eye, but it is alive. Thus, our body is a living organism consisting of a huge number of living intelligent microorganisms, each of which is responsible for certain functions. This is the general component of the picture on the physical plane, biological and chemical. On the energy plane, these are different vibrational components that form biological, chemical and physical forms of life. Therefore, it is very important to monitor and take care of your energy background. The combination of so-called low-quality energies in one place provokes diseases on the mental and physical planes. Today, in the 21st century, humanity has come closer to understanding an important component of life. There is nothing more important than energy, as energy is life. Each individual person is a certain composition, a component of energies. The world of each person is an energy component of vibrational fields and frequencies that resonate with his energy and vibration field. In order to get into the world of a certain person, it is necessary that our energies and vibrations resonate. In the right place at the right hour, height and wavelength. As well as the coincidence of interests, frequency of vibrations of waves. And in order for the relationship to establish synchronicity. Hence the expression, poor is not a friend of the rich. When building your happy world of the future, it is important just to know that the plan already exists and sooner or later will come true. Not a single thought comes to us just like that out of nowhere. All this is already at a certain point in the space of options. You just need to find the very point, get closer to it and direct attention to it. Our life is like a labyrinth of energies through which we go all our lives, solving puzzles and tasks that we set for ourselves, moving towards the intended goal or dream. Along the way, we fall into the traps of the mind. Everything that comes into contact with our world enters our energy space. This is our merit. All the characters of our world are also our projection. Their behavior in relation to us is our projection or mirror image, created depending on the flows of movement of our energy fluctuations in space. The energy. The walls of our mind are the boundaries of our world. What is in the field of our vision is what we do not see as absent in our world. It doesn't make sense to worry about something that doesn't exist. When there were no televisions, people did not know about what was happening in other countries and cities, so they did not worry about what was happening all over the world. Everyone lived in their own little world, therefore, they were not subject to such psychological pressure as they are now. With the advent of the internet, the energy field of interaction has expanded. As always, there are pros and cons to this. In a suspended, dormant state, we move by inertia of energy flows of oscillations. In a conscious state, we ourselves direct the movement of flows and are able to control the frequency of their oscillations. In other words, we choose which energies to interact with, which flows to connect to. It seems to us that we are constantly manipulated by the media, but the choice is always made by us. To watch or not to watch, what to watch. To listen or not to listen, what to listen to. To believe or not to believe, what to believe. To act or observe, to react or not, how to react. It all depends on our awareness. To understand all that is not conscious, one must attain awareness itself. The conscious world is more interesting and colorful. Mirror effect. When we look in the mirror, we identify with what we see there. Our brain perceives any information as its own. It is important to control what information we pass through ourselves on a daily basis. What energy flows pass through the projection of the human body when interacting with the environment around us every day? What vibrations resonate with us, which dominate us, which we ourselves radiate into the universe? Where we direct our energy by means of attention, thought, creates our reality. Constant vibrational movement attracts and repels oscillating energies. What resonates remains, what does not resonate, moves away and continues its movement in space. A natural process in the nature of building the structure of the world. What is important is close, what is not important is far away. Concentration on the important, the outburst of emotional experiences enhances the flow of energy radiation into space, thereby attracting amplitudes resonating with it. The stronger the emotions, the stronger the attraction, no matter with a plus or minus sign. What matters is what resonates in the stream. The mirror of someone else's eyes is a reflection of the person who is talking about you. Basically, all people always talk about themselves. Passing information through the prism of their manner of thinking, based on their own personal perception of space, people analyze other people regarding their picture of the world. Thus, there is a mirror image of their actions, as if in a crooked mirror. The tendency of narrow thinking does not make it clear what has been pointed out to us as a disadvantage. This will lead us to wealth and happiness. Did God create man or man of God? Answer: they appeared at the same time. As without an egg, there would be no chicken, and without a chicken there would be no egg, so there would be no man without God, pure energy of light, and God without man. The law of quantum physics, the phantom is always at 2 points at the same time. On earth we are a man, somewhere there is God. People always want to believe in something that can neither be seen nor touched, so why don't we believe in ourselves? There is no one more omnipotent in the entire universe than we are when we trust ourselves. All the best here on earth for us. The most important thing we need to know is that we are the most important person on earth, not someone who creates this world somewhere out there. We created this world and we are responsible for its quality. When one door closes, the entire universe opens up with an infinite number of different versions of reality. It doesn't matter what others do with their worlds, what energy they generate and distribute into space. What matters is what I do and how I do it. I carry light that absorbs low vibrations, regenerates them into pure streams. If each person increases the frequency of light vibrations, the whole world of all worlds will unite into a single source of light, infinite love. We mirror each other. Intelligent emptiness. Wisdom that comprehends emptiness. The emptiness itself is both empty and totally filled. There is nothing and at the same time there is everything. This is a field of unlimited potential. All matter is in space, there are voids between it. Matter moves freely in space. Space does not depend on matter, matter depends on space. Space. Where space is cleaner, matter moves faster. Through emptiness, many subtly material mechanisms can be explained. Reality arises from emptiness, it is a projection of the mind. Consciousness penetrates the quantum world and influences it. Both the universe and the galaxy are a system of energy exchange, a kind of cosmic consciousness, which, in the same way, we create ourselves, observing them as an integral part of our world. The universe is also material. It consists of dark energy and atomic energy. You need to change your knowledge of yourself. It is necessary to understand and accept the fact that we are everything. We simply identify ourselves as a person living on planet Earth. We believe that we live on Earth. In fact, we are in space. The Earth is also in space. We are in the same field of oscillation. Light, air, and gravity are all matter. A steady accumulation of particles forms matter. We are, at the same time, a small dot in the universe and the entire universe as a whole. Merging with the absolute, understanding and realizing that we are everything, will lead us to the greatest discoveries of knowledge of all things. For example, I am a flower and I am a whole field of flowers. I am a drop of water in the sea and I am the whole sea. There is no specific definition of the location of the object of observation in space and time. Solid reality is one of two aspects of reality. Oscillating energies allow us to see solids. The quantum field is the electromagnetic field from which matter arises. The larger the object in question, the longer its wavelength. It is important to understand the nature of reality. Everything in this world is relative. We wouldn't be able to explain ourselves if we didn't have something to identify with. It's big, it's small, better, worse, prettier. A teacher, a doctor, a pianist. To the question, who are you, a person usually answers who he is by occupation. He does not say, I, Peter, am a man. Thus, a person defines himself in relation to the significance of his position in society. Remove this significance and the incentive disappears. The illusion of the isolated. And what happens beyond the name and form? What is a human? Cello is an ancient word of Indo-European origin. Its first meaning was exaltation, and also the beginning. In fact, man is an eternal exaltation or a sublime eternity or the beginning of an age of all eternality. Considering the intelligent emptiness as the dark space of infinity, directing attention to any point in its space, we direct a ray of light energy into the realm of dark matter and everything comes to life and is filled with colors. Awareness of oneself as eternity in the reasonable emptiness of infinity, taking an active position of the Creator by means of quantum consciousness, is the greatest achievement of man. We, in fact, observe ourselves from the rational emptiness, thereby creating our material reality. We create our own subjective experience. All energy in the universe is neutrally eternal and exists outside of dimensions. Contemplation is a fact of creation. With the creation of dense things, we create the illusion of time. Space has an incredible number of vibration frequencies. By directing attention to the assemblage point in the intelligent void, we create a fractal universe. The universe is vibration, the universe is the energy of sound. Fractals are a way to see infinity, the nature of the movement of vibrational flows. Fractals are observed in all the variety of natural forms around us. In the structure of flowers, trees, in light radiation, in drawings on the skin of animals and insects, snails, corals, in the movement of water and wind, and in our DNA. The nature of the fractal is chaotic and at the same time contains a sound order, a mysterious order. When we look at fractals, it is difficult to determine in which direction the movement is taking place so that it moves in all directions at the same time. Observing the movement of fractals, alpha rhythms increase. We are light in the intelligent emptiness of infinity. It is only necessary to understand what position we occupy in its space now. If relativity is necessary for the hologram of material reality, let us consider ourselves in relation to empty space. At what point of wave oscillations we are, at the peak of the wave or at descending frequencies. In an intelligent void, there is no center, just as there are no straight lines, there is nothing at all, only dormant energy. The center can be any point that we choose. The center can be relative to a certain, and therefore limited space, and relativity exists only in material reality. Speaking of infinity, it is not logical to assume its central point. Also, it is strange to hear that the universe grows in the same way as considering it as a fractal universe. It is clear that vibrational currents unfold and collapse in a spiral at the same time. The spiral symbolizes the growth, expansion of the amplitude of vibrations. Each part of the spiral is a reflection of the whole. The larger the spiral pitch, the denser. Why puzzle over such questions? What, how, where? Understanding comes after there is a cleansing of debris vibrations. It's not possible to explain, you just feel it. There is a merging with the intelligent emptiness and filling with the great knowledge of infinity. War of the Worlds. A single person is a separate world in the overall picture of the world. Everyone calls their own fantasies true. The world of each person can be considered as different parts of the body of the same animal. 3 blind people were led to the elephant from different sides and asked to describe what the world was like in terms of their perception. Naturally, each of them gave a description of the picture of the world as he felt the part of the body to which he touched. In the same way, we direct our attention and observe our world as we perceive ourselves in the rational void. All our lives we play with different worlds of other people, picking up and rearranging combinations, making puzzles, and very rarely get to the beat. Our brain loves novelty and searches for it. A small stream of energy enters the ocean of energy fluctuations of the order corresponding to it. What we are looking for is what we find. Consider the picture of the projection of the hologram of the worlds and their contact or intersection. At the point of reference origin, next to our point, there are millions of other points, other worlds. The radiations and vibrations of their energy flows intersect with ours and affect our energy field. Inevitable contact is the law of energy fluctuations of the universe. In life, we do a lot of unnecessary things, the manifestation of which does not make sense. But everything that happens reveals wisdom to us. Be careful when interacting with other people. Which frequencies prevail in their energy field, they share with us in the first place, and we, in turn, give them part of our energy. Interchange. But whether it is beneficial to us from the point of view of energy exchange or not, that is the question. Attention directed to condemnation leads to degradation and self-destruction. Everyone noticed that if someone in the room starts yawning, then over time, everyone in a circle also yawns. The first person threw out a wave of low frequencies of vibrations into space, and they went in a circle. These vibrations of heaviness, fatigue, boredom. If someone in our environment hiccups, it is also contagious. These are more visible and common examples of contamination with this type of energy. On the not-so-obvious plane, there is a huge variety of vibrations that are not only transmitted from person to person, but also remain there and multiply, eventually manifest themselves as chronic diseases. And we ask ourselves the question, where did they come from? The answer is simple, from interacting with toxic people. Then, another question arises, how did those people have this kind of formation, in other words, such a set of energy components? Everything happens in the process of our growing up, becoming and forming as a person. With whom we interact, how we learn to react, the acquisition of the habit of attaching importance to everything that happens, and so on. Self-control has an important role. Our world is a projection of our thoughts. The purer the thoughts, the better the world. The quality of our life depends on the emotional state. The emotional state is the energy of the spirit. Positive thinking heals, removes psychological trauma from the past, both from childhood and from other incarnations, or, in other words, the memory of the family. Thus, it changes our reality. It is difficult to maintain positive thoughts due to constant influence from the outside. Manipulation of other people, circumstances, and other factors. What to do when we understand that another person is trying to impose his thoughts on us and provokes us to act according to his rules? The very understanding that this is happening is already a big step towards stopping the manipulation. exposed, then warned and stopped. You need to show firmness and stand your ground, without entering into conflict, without proving the opposite. Everyone with his world can do what he wants, but we must not allow anyone to correct our world, by manipulation to the detriment of us. The strong next to the strong feels stronger, the weak next to the strong feels flawed. As a magnet attracts metal to itself, so a person attracts those vibrations of energies that resonate with his energy vibration field. Gold and silver do not react to the energy field of the magnet. The fusion of resonating vibrations amplifies the amplitude of energy flows of both low vibration frequencies and high ones. Getting into the stream of strong low-frequency radiation, the human body begins to give signals such as headache, weakness, fatigue, and other symptoms. Naturally, it is necessary to take action, to get out of the discomfort zone. Unfortunately, many people do not attach much importance to this, attributing their condition to fatigue or find other explanations. Now, more and more, people have begun to understand the need to exclude toxic people from their communication. Such people build their world in the likeness of destructive thinking. They not only fall into the trap of their minds, gradually destroying all the good in their world, but also deform the quality and laws of the worlds in contact with them, the people around them, manipulating, provoking rash actions, forcing them to live according to their laws, which, in their understanding, are correct and unique. Each person has his own understandings and visions of building his own space, the world. This must be understood and respected. Every day we collide, interact, or oppose the various systems of the worlds of the people around us. This is a kind of war of inappropriate worlds. On the energy plane, such fluctuations, if they do not resonate with ours, create an imbalance. If harmony and tranquility resonate, imbalance leads to a decrease in energy vibrations, and over time, on a physical level, it is expressed as a disease. The realization that in our world the laws by which we live and with what environment to contact we create will lead us to peace and tranquility. Awareness makes it possible to immediately read people, understand the method and tactics of their manipulation, suppress any actions from the outside world, and leads to harmony and self-sufficiency. We suffer as much as we allow ourselves. Neither our environment, nor the circumstances, nor the actions of people cause us pain and suffering. We ourselves do it by the method of our own interpretation, by means of inventing problems and troubles. But, after all, the only role in this world is our role. This is our place. No one can live our lives. It must be remembered that the laws of our world work for us on our terms, but not for others in a way that everyone has their own path. It is not necessary to impose on them the criteria and patterns of our world and perception of it. The overall world is not perfect, but it does not need to be made perfect. Let's make our world perfect. And the ideal worlds of other people will be attracted to our space. The energy of thought. The frequency of a person's vibrations depends on emotions and thoughts. The higher vibrations are bright thoughts, love 150 Hz, gratitude 90 Zelensky. Low frequencies are destructive thoughts, pity 3 Hz, grief 0.1 Hz. Emotions are the subtlest forms of energy that give rise to thoughts. The energies vibrate in an infinite number of images. Sometimes, it is difficult to understand a person's behavior. It is even more difficult to give a logical explanation of his actions. He himself, often, does not give an account of his actions. The energy vibrations of emotions affect the energy vibrations of thoughts and create images, thought forms, that provoke a person to certain actions. Energy is constantly flowing through us and moving around us. We ourselves continuously transmit energy signals into space, energy exchange. Hence, it becomes clear why we, especially as young people, are constantly looking for adventures. Without realizing it, we strive, by changing the rotation, to diversify the form of living sensations. Our individual energy field is physical energy, body vibrations; emotional energy, vibrations of feelings; cognitive energy, vibrations of thought. Experts have determined that our thoughts can spread over distances of 400,000 kilometers. That's 10 times around the Earth at the equator. It is estimated that about 60,000 thoughts arise in our brain per day, and about 5% of them are accompanied by fairly strong emotions. The vibrations of our thoughts are energy flows that fall into the field around us. We can change any information only by sending new information. Every thought is an impulse of energy. When we get hung up on something for a long time, then according to the laws of the universe, it is attracted to our lives. In physics, there is the concept of a phase transition, when quantum particles begin to line up in one direction and at the moment they reach a certain number, critical mass, all other particles join them. In a similar way, space reacts to us. This is how our reality of life is created. With unique wave characteristics, like any other energy, thought allows us to cooperate constructively with the world around us. Thought streams jump in our heads, haunting. But, where do thoughts come from? Our thinking, as well as the quantum, is in a kind of superposition. Our thoughts come from the speed of feedback. With an increase in the speed of feedback, it is possible to achieve the constancy of consciousness awareness. When we take a step towards mindfulness, we become more sensitive. The sounds are louder, the feelings are stronger, the thoughts are clearer. Masks are thrown off. It becomes possible to read minds, anticipate people's actions, read, scan their energy component. And this creates a certain discomfort until we, consciously, accept the new reality. In a conscious state, it is possible to control the energy of thoughts, stop the flow of low, destructive vibrations, and create positive high-frequency images. Taking into account all of the above, there comes an understanding that our physical health depends on what we most often focus our attention on. What we think about ourselves, about the people around us, about life, about society. What exactly do we identify ourselves with? What role have we come up with for ourselves? What we attach importance to? Because, more often than not, the energy of our thoughts revolves around what is important to us. If our thoughts are tuned into condemnation, criticism, regret, then sooner or later they will lead to disappointment and problems on the physical plane. Lowering the frequency of vibrations creates a feeling of heaviness and fatigue. Positive, harmonious thoughts produce free energy. I want to create, sing, fly, dance, and give joy to people. The conclusion is this: if you want to be healthy, thoughts are great. The illusion of perception of reality. So we come to the most important thing. Our world is built on illusions. From the very beginning of our formation as a person, we are taught to live in an illusory world, presenting it as such. We accept it in a way that we simply do not know the other. This happens in the same way as when learning foreign languages. It's a table, it's a chair, and so on. And why did they name these objects that way? Why not in a different way? Why black is black and white is white? Why is the world like this? It would be more correct to ask, why do we see in this way? We all see the sun, the sky, the earth in the same way. That's right, we see the same way, but we feel differently. So, what to believe? What we see or what we feel? Vibrations create shapes. We see the shapes of the field of our material world created by the frequency of vibrations. The greatest illusion is the reality of the physical world itself. In order to understand the structure of reality, it is necessary to bring consciousness to the subtle world, to look deep into oneself, to look into infinity. Cognition of the subtle world leads us to an understanding of all things. To understand the work of giant mechanisms. Considering the microcosm, the structure of the universe becomes more understandable. After all, everything big consists of small things. Our reaction to the illusory world, as a rule, occurs according to the learning we have acquired as we grow older. The environment around us, the connections of energy vibrations passing through the field of our world, form a picture of images of the space of our existence. Attitude to life itself, to people, acceptance and non-acceptance, perception of the world, all these are vibrations of our field, which create a picture of reality. Ask yourself the question, what kind of world do I live in? Does my world care about me, or is it hostile to me? How often it seems to us that our life does not meet the needs and desires, that someone always spoils everything and creates obstacles. This is also an illusion. The world of each person depends on what vibrations he spreads into space. On the example of how water reacts to vibrations interacting with it, we see such pictures of images, and the same happens with the energy of our world. When interacting with the people around us, a huge number of vibrational waves pass through our field. If you do not focus on special attention, then they will simply pass like the wind, causing temporary discomfort. But, if you cling to this wave, a whirlwind of emotions is created, twisting in a spiral, it grows, acquires strength and reproduces the corresponding forms. If we are caught in a vortex wave of high vibrations, then our world is beautiful. We rejoice and enjoy life. But, if on the contrary, then you urgently need to raise your vibrations before it becomes very difficult. The illusion of hopelessness gives rise to more and more disappointments, resentment, self-pity, and has a destructive effect as it contains low destructive vibrations. The world is in gray tones, people disappoint, wherever you go, failures are everywhere. Destructive energy provokes a person to defend himself, to attack first, in a word, to fight against the injustice of an aggressive and cruel world. No matter how ridiculous such an expression may sound, fighter of the invisible front, but it is in it that a huge meaning is laid. A person who has fallen into his own trap begins to look for invisible enemies and, of course, he finds them. Illusion shapes images. People and events with such energy are attracted and do their job. Being on low-frequency energy channels, a person constantly comes up with excuses for himself. For example, this is how it works for me. Okay, it works, but how much energy is expended to achieve its goal? How many people are damaged by polluting their energy space? In other words, at what cost, or who paid for it? What part of their well-being other people gave to fulfill your goal? Streams of pure light energy are able to work miracles as their frequency brings a feeling of bliss and without causal joy, which causes a feeling of gratitude. People often mistakenly believe that taking special drugs has the same effect. Believe me, this is self-deception. We perceive our reality as we invented it for ourselves. We believe in our illusions of perception. If we discard all illusions, we will be left alone with ourselves. We will understand that all our lives we deceive ourselves, allowing ourselves to succumb to fictitious temptations, allowing other people to manipulate us, justifying ourselves with ridiculous excuses, explanations. We will understand what does not correspond to our inner images on the outside. We will understand the absurdity of the illusion of existence that we have created. This illusory video game could have a completely different character if we accepted the vibrations of perception at its high frequency. Now we know about it, and therefore, we can easily change the picture of our world, refusing to accept low frequencies, tuning into the wave of vibrations of infinite love. The vibrations of infinite love, as well, constantly pass through us. It is only necessary to track and cling to it, and then a whirlwind of pure energy will take us to a new reality of goodness and splendor. Memory vibration frequency. As we already know, there is energy in space that creates pictures of all possible scenarios, both past and future. Reproduction in memory of this or that event is nothing more than the direction of attention at the moment from your memories. If we analyze the process of memory, it is obvious that we do not think about the events of the past days all the time. This is not possible. This happens only when we attach importance to them. That is, for some reason, we remember the past experience, directing our energy to a certain fragment of life. Memories come instantly. But do we feel the same experience? Of course not. It seems to us that over the years, our feelings weaken. Those events that at one time caused us great emotional experiences are now not so bright and have lost their importance. Unless, of course, we are fixated on something, thereby feeding this event with our energy, experiencing it again and again. And even then, the very fact of what happened has long been distorted. We remember one version of the past, so we feel it differently. We have changed, perceptions have changed. At the moment where we are at the moment of remembering, what vibrations we emit, the perception of the fragment is projected. Remembering the same event at different moments in life, we get completely different emotions. So, is it worth dwelling on something that has long been in the past, even if something happened yesterday? No, no, and no. The events of the past should be perceived only as an experience, by means of which we are here and now, such as we are, renewed, wise. All the bright moments of life, as it seems to us, stored in memory, are vibrations of energy remaining in the field of the space around us. It's up to us to decide which frequency to give priority to. If you get stuck in low-frequency vibrations, then sooner or later it will lead to the destruction of the energy field of our world. Every word can become reality. Every thought can become reality. Imagine what might happen if we get stuck in the past. Ask yourself the question, what is more interesting, to scroll through all sorts of options in your head for what could have happened if we had acted differently, or plunged into an unknown and beautiful future, with all sorts of options for its implementation? The frequency of the vibrations of the past in the present moment is also the frequency of vibrations of the present moment, which we take with us at the moment of the future. That is why it is not possible to predict the future with 100% accuracy. The frequency of vibrations of the future depends on the frequency of vibrations of the present. And vibrations form forms. By changing the vibrations of the present, we change the vibrations not only of the future, but also of the past. Therefore, some memories do not exist in our memory at all. Everyone has had it happen that one of the relatives or acquaintances tells his memories in which we are also present, but we do not remember them. We've all had moments when someone on the street greets us, but we don't recognize that person. We make an effort to remember it, to remember under what circumstances and where we crossed paths. Sometimes we manage to remember, sometimes we don't. We interacted with them in one version of our reality, and in this one they are not. If we analyze the lifestyle of a person whom we have removed from our memory, it turns out that we have nothing to do with him. Different views on life, interests, values. Our vibrations no longer resonate. It is not surprising that we did not recognize him. We are at different frequencies. We have lost interest in this person. Why did this man recognize us? Because either he is stuck on the channel of the past, or we have left a bright mark on his life, so to speak. In other words, there is an energy in his energy field that projects memories of our presence in his life. Memory loss is a rejection of reality. Watching people who have lost their memory, it seems to us that they have lost their minds. They do not control their actions, they do not talk to whom it is not clear, they behave inadequately. They are completely unsuitable for life on earth. They have forgotten about earthly developments, they do not recognize their loved ones, they are in a completely different reality. They do not recognize relatives who take care of them, but talk to the dead. Their vacuum of the earth's field is slowly disintegrating. Usually, it takes about 8 years. First forgetfulness, then temporary memory lapses, disorientation in space, and so on. Over time, they forget how to walk, how to dress, forget about important survival skills here on Earth. The brain ceases to give signals about the necessary actions. Only fragments of visions, the vibrations of which are the strongest, are stored in memory. But they, over time, disappear. Why is this happening? Memory is also the frequency of vibrations of the senses. If there are no feelings, there are no memories of the experience. It doesn't matter at what moment, in the past, present, or future. Therefore, people, especially young people, without realizing it, try to be in the emotional flow. The feeling of love, happiness, grief, resentment, gratitude, all these are different frequencies of oscillation that create a picture of our world. Our reality depends on our emotional state. This is one of the most important aspects of life here on Earth. Vibrations of smell and taste. Like everything inherent in our body, smell and taste have different vibration frequencies. Vibrations of aromas. Smell is information for our body, which almost instantly enters the brain, bypassing consciousness. Fragrances are associated with emotions and memory. Clinical studies have shown that of all the natural substances known to man, essential oils have the highest electromagnetic frequency. It is they who are able to create an environment in which pathogens, viruses, fungi, bacteria cannot exist. What is a disease? This is a violation of the electromagnetic balance, as a result of which the vibrational frequencies of molecules, cells, tissues, and organs change. Essential oil has its own physical quantity, which is called the frequency of vibrations. The first place is occupied by the essential oil of the rose. It has a maximum frequency of 320 MHz. It is followed by frankincense essential oil at 147 MHz and lavender essential oil at 118 MHz. These data were obtained using a frequency monitor. Essential oils alter a person's frequency fluctuations. If the aromas of essential oils could emit frequencies in hertz in the sound range, then we would hear wonderful sounds. Some essential oils would sound like chords, while others would sound like polyphony. Thus, when inhaling a synergistic mixture of essential oils, amazing symphonic music would flow into our ears, reviving our body and soul to life. Unfortunately, the aroma cannot be heard by the hearing organs as its vibrations are measured in megahertz, and not in hertz. The aroma cannot be seen by the organs of sight and felt by the organs of touch. The vibrations of the fragrance can only be perceived by the olfactory organs. When inhaling the aroma of essential oils, and in the first moments, not yet realizing its charms, it begins to affect a person. 20 minutes after penetration, the brain begins to send signals to restore normal functions. It's like if you run an antivirus program into your computer. The smell is due to the nature of the vibrations of the atoms that form the molecules. Each smell has its own frequency. For example, the smell of orange is uplifting, and at the same time it works with bile, skin, and immunity. The perception of odors is based on the quantum effect of tunneling elementary particles, according to British experts. The mechanism of quantum tunneling suggests that due to its wave properties, an elementary particle can make a movement that is forbidden by the laws of physics. So, for example, it can be on the other side of an impenetrable barrier, or go into a forbidden energy state. This gives an understanding that we often smell at a distance or outside the room from where it comes. The researchers suggested that under the influence of atomic vibrations of the odorant, the electrons in the receptor molecule pass into a forbidden energy status, forming a new impulse. At the same time, different receptors respond to vibrations of a specific frequency, and not to molecules of a particular shape. The fact that receptors react primarily to vibrations of molecules makes it possible to explain phenomena that contradict traditional ideas. For example, the fact that substances of different structures smell the same, and almost identical substances smell completely different. The vibration frequency of atoms in a molecule is determined by its size, composition, and shape. At the same time, molecules of different shapes can produce very similar vibrations. Scientists note that chemical and mechanical recognition of molecules can also play a role in odor recognition. However, quantum effects are key here. Taste vibrations. The physiological function of the taste system is an assessment of the quality of food, that is, a source of energy and building materials for the life of the body. There is no such thing as good food. There is only food that is suitable for us, our psychophysiological type, taking into account seasonality and place of residence. Only such food will give us energy. For example, someone does not eat meat, it takes away his energy, and another person absolutely needs it. Thus, it explains the sentience of our body. Depending on the environment of the energy field, it gives signals about which energy components are vital at the moment, with a certain confluence of energy flows passing through us, and which are dangerous. Engineers from Japan have created a device to reproduce virtual tastes. It is now possible to convey the taste of any food literally by wire. The device is called a Norimaki synthesizer. The instrument acts on certain areas on the tongue through electrical stimulation. By adjusting the strength and frequency of charges, sensations can intensify or, on the contrary, recede into the background. Recently, scientists have found that the taste of Sichuan pepper, a popular component of Chinese cuisine, is actually not a taste at all, but a tactile sensation akin to vibration. The researchers were even able to calculate the frequency of vibration that mimics this taste. It turned out to be close to 50 Hz. Tastes and smells are an individual feature of each person. And our DNA is to blame for this. Our genetic code helps determine how the brain will process sensory stimuli. This means that different people will have different reactions to the taste of the same food. In 2004, scientists at the University of California discovered that our olfactory receptors are connected to a part of our genome that has a higher number of vibrations than the rest of our DNA. These differences can lead to people perceiving the same taste differently. This explains why some people like the same food and others don't. Vibrational and energy composition of a single hologram A person is individual, and he knows exactly what is necessary for him and what is harmful. Which vibrations and by means of what need to be constantly replenished, and which ones must be abandoned. Distortions of a well-coordinated system of energy exchange occur under the influence of interventions and environmental pressure. Everyone thinks that he knows what we need because it works for him. And we believe, but it's not right. Depending on what kind of energy process, programs and installations is launched in the body, a person chooses such a plan for the frequency of vibrations at a subconscious level. Unfortunately, often the program is set to self-destruct and self-destruct. By listening to the signals of our body, we can correct the situation of our situation here and now. This will change not only the physical condition of the body, but also the overall quality of life. The sounds are cleaner, the colors are brighter, the smells are more pleasant, the taste is great. The entire atmosphere of the world vibrates at high, clear frequencies. And that's fine. Mind. What is mind? A question that everyone wants an answer to. Let's start in order. At the end of the cycle on Earth, the physical body of a person disintegrates, and the soul flies away somewhere. Everything is clear with the body. And, here, the soul energy dissolves in space along with all the accumulated experience information. As previously mentioned, information is virtual. It is in space in the form of vibrations of energy. Intelligent emptiness equals infinity equals energy in its purest form. The mind is an energy formation, connection, cohesion that triggers the cause and effect pattern of development and growth scenario of a living organism. Reason is one of the forms of consciousness, self-conscious reason, directed at itself and the conceptual content of its knowledge, Kant, Hegel. Reason expresses itself in principles, ideas, and ideals. And what are principles, ideas, and ideals, and what is their component? These are the main vibrations of the field of a particular person, which are his driving force. These vibrations either attract similar or repel opposing energy currents. This is a kind of natural selection at the energy level. The mind, as a mind that is conscious of itself, correlates not only different contents with each other, but also with itself with this content. Because of this, the mind can hold contradictions. That is, in fact, it recognizes the flow of energy and distributes, as appropriate, their vibrations. The meaning of the mind corresponds to the Latin word intellectus, understanding, the quality of the psyche, consisting of the ability to adapt to new situations, the ability to learn from experience, understanding and applying abstract concepts, using their knowledge when interacting with the environment. The action of reason, as a comprehension of the universal, is closely connected with human speech, language, which assigns to one sign an indefinite set of real and possible, past, present and future, phenomena, similar or homogeneous to each other. When we say a phrase, we transfer energy to each other. Vibrations that change the frequency and amplitude of the oscillation of everything interacting around us. In this way, we affect the minds of other people, and they, in turn, affect us. If we consider the linguistic sign in its entirety, inseparable from what it expresses, then we can recognize that the real essence of rational thinking is expressed in words, from which rational analysis distinguishes its various forms, elements and laws. Philosophy. The parameters that form the distinctive features of the mind include the amount of working memory, the ability to predict, activity, logic. Multi-level, 6 layers of neurons, hierarchy of system selection of valuable information. Consciousness. Memory. In fact, the mind is the system by which the person himself communicates with his environment and exercises control over it. The individual uses the mind to pose and solve problems related to survival, and to direct the efforts of the organism in accordance with the solutions found. The mind consists of 2 parts, the analytical mind and the reactive mind. The analytical mind is the rational, perceiving, conscious mind that thinks, observes and remembers data, as well as solves problems. The reactive mind is the part of the mind that works exclusively on an irritable responsive basis. The reactive mind is not subject to the volitional control of a person. It uses force, controlling the consciousness of a person, his goals, thoughts, body, and actions. In other words, these vibrations of energy take a defensive reaction not to perceive energy flows that do not correspond to the charge of the created field. Reason is a philosophical category expressing the highest type of mental activity, opposed to reason. The separation of reason, as a higher stage of cognition in comparison with reason, was clearly carried out in the philosophy of the Renaissance by Nicholas of Cusa and J.S. Smith. Bruno, being associated by them with the ability of reason to comprehend the unity of opposites that reason breeds. The distinction between reason and reason as two abilities of the soul is already outlined in ancient philosophy. If reason as the lowest form of thinking cognizes the relative, earthly, and finite, then reason directs to the comprehension of the absolute, divine, and infinite. The mind is made up of mental picture images, which are records of past experiences. The shapes of the pictures are formed by means of the frequency of vibrations of the energy field and change under the influence of energy flows on it and in contact with the vibrations of other fields. In a reasonable void, there are all options for events and their solutions. The mind of a single hologram man is a piece of the common. It is the energy of the observer, creating pictures and images of his world, setting the direction of events. The mind is the energy that determines everything. How we will build our world, what criteria we will adhere to when passing through our earthly experience, our attitude to life, our principles and attitudes. The vibrations of the mind filter out the energies that pass through our field. Questions and answers. Thought creates matter. How does it work? How thoughts materialize. When this or that thought comes, a light lights up. If the thought is short-lived, then the light goes out after some time. But, if the thought is constantly supported, then the flame will flare up. It's like throwing wood into a fire. The energy of fire dissolves in space, attracting the necessary energies, people, situations, circumstances. This leads to the realization of conceived plans or dreams. For implementation, it is important to do something today. When a thought comes, at that moment it is necessary to do. Just as the energy for this thought is gathered today, tomorrow there will be another energy. 3 important factors. 1. Concentration. 2. Focus on the present moment. 3. Repetitive movements. Observer's position. Observation assemblage point repetition. How to limit yourself from the negative influence of others. It is enough just to know that in my world, the energy around me contains positive, high vibrations. Consequently, all the environment that has entered my world emits the corresponding vibrations. Keep concentrating on this setup. If concentration is lost, the power of thought to return it to the proper point. Mismatched energies either disappear from our field of attraction, or raise their vibrations and synchronize with the vibrations of the energy flow of our world. Why does a person need sleep? When we sleep, we return to our usual state. We can say that we need to reboot, update. At the moment of awakening, we are a new hologram. There was a correction. Some of the energies were cleansed and new ones joined. Why are some families born, only girls, only boys, sick children? This is a consequence of energy components. And of course, at the moment when the vibration frequency of the new hologram resonates with the hologram of the parents and the energies connect, then depending on which waves prevail, this form is obtained. Male or female projection. As for the children we call with disabilities, this happens for the same reasons. There are not enough components. But this does not mean that they are not quite intelligent beings. On the contrary, they may not be fully adapted to earthly life, but they still know that they are part of infinite love. Since society cannot influence them, they carry this knowledge all their lives. As a rule, they are kind and give love to those around them. They do not experience the negative emotions inherent in a person, so they accumulate only high-frequency vibrations. Their lifespan is shorter as it is difficult for them to maintain a hologram of a man. They are no longer earthly than earthly, and they are drawn to their source. They do not care about our earthly values. The only thing they want to accept and give love, true love. How do parents, unconsciously, project a hologram of unhealthy children? Scrolling and energizing the thought, my child is special, but without specifying what his peculiarity is. So it turns out that the child is special in all respects. No one would think of refuting this fact. Does lineage affect our karma? The concept of karma, as such, does not exist. There is the energy of the memory of the lineage. And yes, if the hologram man has attracted vibrations that affect the quality of life into its field, it will not be able to project life without problems. They will have to be solved. So to speak, you need to get rid of negative energy. What is real and what is not? Everything we believe in is real. When we believe in something, we attract the appropriate vibrations and project our world. Until we focus on something, it doesn't exist for us. In other words, until we observe it. We used to think that everything that happens in life just happens. We take it for granted. But, no, nothing happens just like that. We thought about it and it came into our lives. Yesterday we did not know about the existence of cell phones, and today we cannot imagine our life without them. Some things are in the order of things for someone, and someone does not know anything about them. And when he discovers the existence of such, he is very surprised, indignant, discouraged. And this is understandable. Simply, this was not in his world. But now it appeared as for some reason he focused on it and nourished it with his energy. As an example, consider the life of a huntsman. His world, his reality, his nature, the forest, the animals, the limited number of people in his environment. He knows nothing about the metropolis. It's his choice. For the hermit monk, there are no games of world order. This is not the case in his world. People living in villages do not know half of what is happening in big cities. Someone accepts aliens as an integral part of the universe, and for someone it is complete nonsense. Everyone has their own reality. This is the versatility of the infinite universe. And this also explains so many inconsistencies, misunderstandings, and disagreements. Hence the expression, how many people, so many opinions. Who said that they must match? This, in principle, is impossible. We see the general picture of the world, but it is not unambiguous. Each of us has our own world, which we have created ourselves. The general picture of the world is the information field of the universe, to which we are all connected and which consists of many variants of events. We, unconsciously, choose what events are destined to happen. In other words, which vibrations of the energy connections to connect to. It seems that it does not depend on us. It does not depend when we go on about the circumstances. In this case, like is attracted to like and follows into predetermination. When we consciously decide in which direction we should move, direct our attention to a certain result, then we create our reality. What to believe or not, the choice is always ours. But, often the people around us impose their world on us and, through manipulation, force us to live their lives. In this situation, discomfort, dissatisfaction with life, sadness, depression appear in the soul. And we don't understand why. After all, it seems to us that we are doing everything right. Why is that? Because it's not our life. And we are doing the right thing for someone, but not for ourselves. All of us from time to time are faced with such a fact. A friend or girlfriend found their terrifying information on the internet. And, without fully comprehending it, they decided to share it with us. And this is alien to us. We tell them that this is utter nonsense. But they begin to convince us that we are not distant, the whole world knows about it, and it is so obvious. As long as they convince us, they themselves begin to believe with increasing force. The more we resist, the more they press. Eventually, we come home and start looking for information. And, of course, we find it. The more we immerse ourselves in the world of this information, the more we are drawn into it all. And one way or another, we let the energy of these events into our world. So, what was not real for us before has become part of our lives. The word is energy, thought is energy, any information is energy. It's all around energy. It is necessary to observe what energy vibrational components we come into contact with. Our reality, our world, and the quality of life depend on it. What happens during clinical death? With clinical death, the soul enters the information field and reads information there to one degree or another, depending on the wave vibrations that it emits. It's these holograms of high frequencies of oscillations, energy compounds of a higher order, comes into contact with them, thereby increasing its component of the frequencies of energy vibrations and updates its hologram of man. Therefore, everyone around them notices changes in the physical plane and in the behavioral aspect. The vibrations are purer, the values are higher. How to control your world if the world is ruled by others? I watched the video on YouTube and I'm amazed. Everyone says, they are this, they are this. Who are they? Maybe it's enough to ask who and why, and thereby shift the blame to them. It's time to take responsibility. After all, whoever and what comes up with it, we bring it to life. We, each of us, are the masters of our lives. Each individually creates his own world, which interacts with the worlds of the people around us. More precisely, their energetic vibrations resonate with ours. Therefore, it seems that we are a part of this world. In fact, every person, events, circumstances are elements of our world. Example, when, for certain reasons, we are not on the way with a person, he is automatically removed from the circle of communication, falls out of sight for an indefinite period, and maybe forever. His vibrations are no longer on our wavelength and his hologram is replaced by other frequencies and another character of our cinema called life is projected. In other words, other people, circumstances, landscapes appear in our social circle. The reboot happens all the time, we just don't notice it. Not all, of course, there are people who have understood the system of the universe and successfully use it. Unfortunately, there are those who use it not for the benefit of society, manipulating it by influencing energy flows by means of sound perception. Thus, reality is distorted. Hence the question, we all dream of a bright future, but it does not materialize in any way. What's the mystery? The answer is in the question itself. A bright future. But, we will never live in the future as we always do in the present. The future always remains in the future, just as the past is always in the past, and we are always in the present. So much for the truth that is always there. April 1st, 2020. Spain is in quarantine for 3 weeks due to the coronavirus epidemic, Italy for the second month, Russia for 3 days. Contradictory information is circulating on the internet. Who? For what? From where? What for? On television, the frightening numbers of dead and infected per day, like a relay race in which country is larger. And from morning to evening, this information is repeated and repeated. And behind it is a crisis. The economy is in decline. And all on the internet for answers. And there, as on a silver platter, versions of who, why. Oh, damn it. Of course, thoughts are born, even if we survive. What kind of world will we get into? And even those who were cheerful at the beginning are now thinking about it. And someone on the internet shouts, we were deceived, dispersed like dogs to their homes. There is no threat from the virus, this is a red herring. And what to do? We don't want to play by their rules. So don't play. Create your own world in which there is none of this. We are all tired of working, dreaming of relaxing, redoing all household chores, being in the family, and much more. And thought, it is material. So we got into this situation. They did not think through the details and were left without beaches, walks, travel. It is very important to correctly formulate your desires so as not to fall into your own trap and then not blame someone. How to protect yourself from the manipulation of others. This question can be answered in one word, mindfulness. It is enough to realize the fact that they are trying to do this to us. And in order to notice the manipulation of others, you must always observe yourself in the present moment. Here and now. I'm walking, I'm going, I'm talking. And not like this, I'm going to work, now this and that will start again. This is the future, albeit not distant. In addition, we have already programmed the course of events that might not have happened, but we have prescribed them, materialized them. So, if we're in the present moment, we're seeing that moment. And if something goes wrong, we will immediately notice and fixing it, say stop, this is not in my scenario of my life. And, therefore, we will not allow them to do to us in a way that does not suit us. When a few times the clever tricks do not work, we will simply be left alone. How to determine which experiences are mine and which are someone else's? Our thoughts are positive, even if we are going through a negative experience. We analyze the mistakes and circumstances that prompted us to take certain actions, recognize them as a fact that has happened, and find a solution. More often than not, we suffer from other people's vibrations, mistaking them for our own. Almost always. Learn to separate our feelings and emotions from those imposed on us by others. When we worry about something, we need to stop the flow of thought forms for a moment and clean up unnecessary garbage. First, you need to understand the cause of the effect. What causes exactly such a construction of a chain of thinking? Analyze events or phrases provoked by the environment around us, on which we are obsessed. To determine the moment when we became infected with negative vibrations, where there was a deviation from our usual thinking, when parasites joined. The moment we find it, we stop feeding it, block the channels, and return to the desired mode. We can't let go of anything until we understand what it is. The thought forms imposed on us always revolve in relation to the person or circumstances that imposed their programs on us. This is what gives them away. To understand such a simple phenomenon is to expose where the destructive currents are going and to disconnect from them. How do I know if I'm on the right track? When a person lives in the harmony of his world, then all actions, thoughts, and deeds awaken a sense of flight, joy, and satisfaction. You can't go wrong. Is it possible to influence the coherent structure of the subtle world? Of course, because we are a part of this subtle world. By understanding its chain reaction, we trigger our own, or more precisely, our own field of our material world. Understanding our material world as a field created by the frequency of vibrations and knowing how to increase their frequency, it is possible to create a field of a high-frequency parameter. The relationship between the microcosm and the macrocosm is obvious. How to collect the necessary amount of energy to project the desired result? First, focus your attention at the very point of what you want and keep it there. I know. I have. To do this, you need to determine this assemblage point, idea, and collect energy. Sometimes it takes years, as we are often distracted by other programs of life, in particular, and by the programs of the life of our environment. Secondly, it is necessary to reach the desired frequency of vibrations. This is necessary in order to enter the flow. Vibrations are more important than the energy itself, in the way that vibrations create forms. Therefore, you need to constantly be in that state of euphoria, as at the moment when the spark of the idea shone. For example, in order to grow a flower, it is necessary to take a seed, the energy that creates the hologram of the seed, plus a pot, e.g., plus earth, E.Z, plus water, E.V, plus sun, E.S. When everything is ready, it remains to wait for the result. Every time we water a seed, we focus our attention on it, that is, we direct the flow of energy to the assemblage point. Another example. In order to buy groceries, we go to the grocery store, not to the furniture store. Also, to get what you want, you need to be in the right place at the right time. You need to come to the store during its opening hours, and not at the hour when it is closed. At the energy level, in order to get what you want, you need to detect the necessary vibrations and get into their flow. It is possible to get into the stream when this wave passes through our space. You need to catch it and cling to it. And then she herself will carry where she needs to go. What is the soul? The soul is an energetic construct of energy. The soul can exist independently in the energy plane. The matrix of the soul has energy cells in the form of honeycombs, designed to collect and store energy. How does reality change? Variants of events have thin boundaries, they are easy to cross. For a better understanding, I will give this example. Two people are on the same straight line in a stationary state. Suppose they are sitting in a chair opposite each other. At this point, they are in the same version of events. One of them gets up, says goodbye and leaves. The person sitting in the chair remained in the same position, in the same version of events. The person who left changed his space-time line. How can this be explained? Scientists, with the help of experiments, found that when an object moves, time slows down. And this means that we never move in a straight line. There are no straight lines in space, just as everything is energy, and these are vibrations. How? In this chapter 1 we'll answer the question how. They say, do this, be diligent, and you will succeed. But what to do when it doesn't work out, no matter how hard you try? You understand everything and do it right, but no way. As they say, it's easy to say, but it's hard to get results. A lot of techniques and affirmations have been invented, and it all works, but for a while, and then you need to start over or continue. There is not always a desire to do this, but I really want to change my life. What to do? The very awareness of the presence of this issue is a big step towards change and the desire to work on yourself. This understanding that the old installations no longer work does not lead to the expected result. It's time to change everything. All of the above in this book gives an understanding of the structure of the world. There is power in knowledge, because ignorance breeds uncertainty. And if we are undecided, we do not know what to do and where to go. What is mindfulness for? In order to, moving by inertia, not to fall into vortex energy funnels. On the way to awareness, we encounter certain difficulties and resistances that give rise to doubts. Then questions arise that begin with the word how. These are the how. That most often excite people. How to deal with fears. How to get rid of your ego. How to increase your self-esteem and regain self-confidence. How not to be irritated by the actions of other people. How to deal with anxiety. How not to get hung up and let go of the situation. How to love yourself. How to open cash flow. How to meet true love. How to hear your inner voice and make the right decision. How to regain the desire to live. That's how it works. How to deal with fears. To begin with, answer yourself the following question. What is fear and what generates it? When are we scared? More often than not, when we don't know what's around the corner in a dark alley. Essentially, fear causes the unknown. Hence the answer, in order to overcome fear in yourself, you need to find the right information that generates fear at the moment. For example, if we meet a wild beast in the forest, then we are not afraid of the beast itself, but of what it supposedly can do to us. But, when a hunter goes into the forest with a gun and has a specific plan of action and adheres to it, then the beast is already afraid of the hunter. It's the same in life. Often we are afraid and do not know what we know. What fears do we most often have? Fear of loneliness, fear that it will not work out, fear for loved ones and relatives, fear of the future, and so on. These are all separate topics. The vibrations of fear are always the same, independent of the cause. Fear is generated by low vibrational waves. If we don't dwell on them, they just go away, but if we attach too much importance, focus our attention on anxiety, then the vibrations of fear grow in a vortex and gain strength. Fear does not need to be fought, it must be allowed to pass through us and dissolve. I accept my fear, I understand its cause, I let it go. Take the vibrations of fear as a signal to be attentive, and then everything will go according to your scenario. After all, often we fail not because the plan was initially a failure, but because in the process someone imposed their opinion on us and we listened. And then, the same people tell us, I told you. Fears are contagious. We become infected with other people's fears, mistaking them for our own. Learn to hear yourself. Fear goes away when we know what is happening and what to do about it. If you found the reason, but it didn't get easier, then you haven't fully decided what to do with the information received. It seems to you that nothing depends on you, but we always determine our tactics of behavior ourselves, and this helps to calm down and act. And when we are on the move, the fear recedes. How to get rid of your ego? We don't need to get rid of the ego, we need it. It needs to be pacified, educated. When does the ego make itself felt? Then, when something does not go according to plan, does not meet our criteria. When the people around us do not share our point of view. When we are told something that we do not want to hear. When we are told what to do. The ego resents and takes a defensive stance. A wave of indignation passes through us. But, after all, the ego only gives a signal that someone is trying to influence us, passing off his position in relation to the situation as correct and the only true one. You need to take this into account, and not react instantly and spontaneously. Thank you, ego, I heard you, now I will do the right thing. There is no need to argue and defend your point of view, you just need to take it into account. If you track this moment and stop the instinctive reaction, you will definitely make the right decision. First, you will understand that they have just tried to manipulate you by imposing their opinion. Secondly, there comes an understanding of what is important to you and what is not. Thirdly, you understand that everything works differently for everyone. Fourthly, you can analyze the structure of thinking of your environment and thereby get rid of negativity. So, how to work with the ego? Answer, fix, catch, the wave of indignation, stop, by slowly and deeply breathing and let go. When thoughts about the situation come back again and again, reconfigure them from criticism to analyzing the situation in a positive and useful aspect for you. Make it a habit. Self-centered people are weak people, they constantly make mistakes, but they teach others to live. Thus, they assert themselves at someone else's expense. Do you want to be like that? Of course not. Confident and self-sufficient people do not need to prove anything to anyone. They just know what's right for them. They listen to other people's positions with respect and remain unminded. About how a person speaks and what he talks about, you can understand what place in life he determines for himself. And this is very important knowledge. How to increase your self-esteem and regain self-confidence. Did someone help lower your self-esteem, lost self-confidence? Wow! First, let's figure out how it happened. What happened? This is important, because the very understanding of the situation is the way out of this labyrinth. You consider yourself not a beautiful enough person, not smart enough, you do not have charm, charisma, and other templates of the ideal imposed on you. There are no criteria for beauty, they were invented by people. There is no limit to the mind, we are constantly learning. There is individuality in every person, and this is the charm of each individual. There is no need to be like others, because any copy, even a very good one, is just a copy. Free yourself from communicating with people with whom brings you sadness and disappointment. This is very harmful and leaves a negative imprint on all areas of your life. No one wants toxic relationships, they lower self-esteem. So, no matter what you do, you are always evaluated on a minimum scale. First of all, you need to understand that those people who criticize you, find fault with you, or condemn you do it out of self-doubt. What they say about you, in fact, they say about themselves. They impose their doubts on you. They will never admit it in themselves, because it takes courage. Courage. Stop feeling sorry for yourself. Self-pity burns you from the inside out. Stop being offended by people who have insulted you, you yourself provoked them to such an attitude towards you. Don't get angry, you're only hurting yourself. It's a waste of time and energy. Thus, you spent all your energy on empty experiences and brought yourself to depression. And here you are at the very bottom. It's time to pull yourself together. You are not a victim, no one has the right to evaluate you, you are responsible only to yourself. The people you looked up to are full of their own quirks, fears, and frustrations. They're just human beings, just like you, no worse or better. They're just different. You don't need to prove anything, it's stupid. Stop evaluating yourself and other people, then confidence will return to you. Remove the importance of how you are evaluated from the outside, what they say, what they think. Who cares? They still won't understand the motives of your actions in a way they never will be you. You are you, in one copy. So, be yourself. Understanding all this is the answer. How not to be irritated by the actions of other people. If something irritates you very much, then it is better to exclude it from your life altogether. There's nothing you can do about it. Don't hang out with people you have nothing in common with. Neither views, nor interests, nor values coincide. If, for some reason, you cannot exclude communication with an unpleasant person, then reduce communication with him to a minimum. Accept it for what it is. Respect him, then he will respect you, even if you are completely incompatible. Be humorous. Sometimes people's actions are so absurd that instead of irritation, they cause laughter. Understand that their behavior has nothing personal to you. It's just that they are, that's their demeanor. Don't try everything on yourself. You are responsible only for your actions and thoughts and only to yourself. How to deal with anxiety. First, let's pay attention to what types of anxiety we feel. As a rule, it is anxiety out of habit, anxiety imposed on us from the outside, anxiety as internal anxiety, anxiety due to self-pity. Anxiety out of habit. Often we worry out of habit. Nothing happened. And suddenly this, and suddenly that. Ask yourself the question, what will you do if this suddenly happens? From the fact that you bring yourself to the extreme, nothing will change. And what's more, if you constantly think about the bad, then this will definitely happen. You, on the other hand, focused your attention on a certain event, collected energy at a given assemblage point. Don't say, I had a premonition that this would happen, the way you provoked it. We have created such a reality. Thank you. On the example of our parents and loved ones, as we formed as a person, we adopted such a character trait as something normal. But over time, we realized that anxiety brings a lot of inconvenience and suffering, and ultimately leads to physical and mental disorders of the body, diseases. Naturally, something needs to be done about it. Like any bad habit, the habit of anxiety is not so easy to break. After all, it has taken root. But, as they say, nothing is impossible, there would be a desire. For such a desire to appear, there must come an understanding of everything that is happening and an understanding that anxiety is useless. It does not lead us to solve problems. It exacerbates the situation. The best way to wean yourself from worrying is to find a favorite activity that brings joy and convince yourself that you and your loved ones are doing well. The difficulty lies in the fact that anxiety is not just emotions, it is a sensory state coming from within, accompanied by low-frequency vibrations that cause mental pain, cardiovascular, muscular, and so on. The only possible way to change the state is to raise the vibrations. And this happens when you receive the hormone of joy. Therefore, people are so in need of the love and care of loved ones. But even people close to us cannot give enough vibrations of love. They, like us, are mired in their experiences, and therefore do not vibrate at a sufficiently high frequency. They share with us what they can. So, let's find a source of clean energy ourselves and share it with our loved ones. Imposed anxiety. The media is a great source that provokes us to worry. How not to worry about what's going on in the world, you ask? What will happen next with us, with children? What will all this lead to? First, what we are shown is distorted to the point of disgrace. Secondly, at all times and epochs, something happened. And we always coped. If you can't help, then stop worrying and infecting others with your anxiety. Do not enter into discussions, do not feed an already difficult situation with negativity, it generates fear. Often other people's anxiety is transmitted to us. People often hang their far-fetched experiences on us. When communicating with such people, without noticing it, we fall under their influence and begin to spin their plots in our heads. Knowing and understanding what happens to us at the moment of anxiety is the answer to the question of how to deal with it. With such knowledge, we can track and stop the process of negative vibrations in time, prevent them from gaining strength. How not to get hung up and let go of the situation. Something unpleasant has happened, in your opinion. Moments of this situation constantly pop up in your head and spin a mental dialogue. And no matter how much you try to stop this flow, it reappears. You understand that you have to let go of the situation, but you don't know how. You can let go of the situation by analyzing it before the cause, which led to the current situation. Do not blame all the participants in the events, perhaps you provoked them to a certain behavior. You don't need to think about how good you are and how you do everything right, as sometimes a good attitude towards people provokes them to ugly deeds. Remember, you are not responsible for their behavior, only for your own. Analyze your mistakes, take them as an experience, and let go of the situation. There is no need to scroll in detail who said what and how it was necessary to answer. Nothing will change from this. What's done is done. What is said is said. Forgive yourself for that. Understand for yourself what role you have assigned yourself in this situation, the role of the victim or the role of the tyrant, which haunts you, and cancel it. For example, I was not treated fairly, the role of the victim. I behaved incorrectly, self-righteousness, tyranny. I will not allow anyone to treat me like that, a sense of superiority, ego. Feeling insulted is also the role of the victim. I was offended. I was provoked to this behavior. I usually do not behave like this, the role of the victim. There are many examples, but basically we are always either attackers or those who are attacked. It will be possible to let go of the situation when we remove the importance. The importance of who was right and who was wrong. The importance of how we looked from the outside. The importance of these people in relation to us. The importance of the place in general is to be in such a situation. None of this matters. Every day everything changes, every minute everything changes. If we do not attach much importance, but simply move on, then tomorrow no one will remember what happened yesterday. So, the situation needs to be let go. How to love yourself? It's a strange question. It would seem that we all love ourselves. But loving yourself and being selfish are two completely different things. First, you need to understand what it means to love yourself. Loving yourself means accepting yourself as you are and working on yourself to be better. Loving yourself is taking care of yourself and your body. To love oneself is to achieve harmony of soul and body. So, how do you love yourself? Understanding that you are unique, one of a kind, and individual will lead to complete delight. Wow, it's me. There is no one like it in the whole world. Great. This is the discovery. So, why strive to be like someone? Why multiply the qualities of other people if each of us has our own potential? It just needs to be revealed. Pay attention to yourself instead of admiring others. Everyone has their weaknesses. It's just that someone saw strong points in themselves and shows them in public. I wish you the same. We are all just human beings. Who is better and who is worse is a relative concept. Better than him, worse than her. These are not the right attitudes at all. One person is better at one, the other at the other. That's right. Better why? Because it is this activity that brings him pleasure, so he does it well. If you have been doing the wrong thing all your life, communicating with the wrong people, your children are not what you would like them to be, your parents do not support you, and so on, then it is difficult for you to love yourself. You are not happy with everything and yourself in the first place. Stop scolding and feeling sorry for yourself. Look, here and now, at yourself from a different angle. No matter how old you are, it is important to draw attention to yourself. How much is hidden in your image? Start to reveal it, get to know yourself new. Think about what you would like to correct a little inside and out and take care of yourself, beloved. Do not pay attention to the comments, criticism, and ridicule of others. You do not have time for this, you are busy with yourself. And you will notice, soon they themselves will begin to change and the attitude towards you will change. You will no longer need to defend yourself, you will begin to be respected. Answer: make a decision to achieve the ideal that you would be able to love in yourself and work in this direction. After a very short time, you will see yourself differently in the mirror. How to open cash flow. There is a lot of information on the internet on how to open cash flow. For some it works, for others it doesn't. Why is that? Poverty is only in our heads. Like everything in this world, money is also energy. The ability to focus energy on the desired aspect leads to success. It's important to focus, not get hung up. What's the difference? When we get hung up, we lose a lot of energy on worries and temporary frustrations that give rise to doubts. And these are low vibrations of destructive energy. Even the smallest of such vibrations destroys the flow of the flow, and you have to retune to the desired wave. When deciding to get rich, you need to tune into the wave of wealth and go with the flow. Our environment influences our reality. This is also important to know. No matter how much you set yourself up for positivity, do affirmations, listen to music to open the doors to wealth, people vibrating at low frequencies, having access to your energy field, will infect you again and again with their negativity and doubts. Why is it advised not to share your plans until there are no real results? Because when we tell someone about ideas that have come to us, the spark of the idea has not yet gained enough energy to shine. It is easy to repay. How often it happens when people close to us do not support us, make fun of us with friends, condemn, discuss. And that's it, that's enough, it's all gone. Thus, from one variant of events with the fulfillment of our desires, we move to another variant of events with an unsuccessful result. It's not the evil eye, it's the dissipation of energy. You can and should talk about your plans only to those people who understand you, can help you achieve what you want, support and approve. It is this environment that will complement the vibration waves that you are missing, raise you to the desired frequency. Let me remind you that the energy is always the same, it is not divided into monetary or sexual. We ourselves give it direction. The energy of love and money are one and the same. When we are in love and loved, we succeed. Why? Because we get the hormone of joy. And it vibrates at a very high frequency. Therefore, I want to fly and create. It is possible to achieve an inner state of love by accepting oneself and the world. This will lead to harmony. And in a harmonious world, everything is in abundance. How to meet true love? I wrote down this question as it is asked. But, after all, love is always real. When we fall in love, it always seems to us that this partner is the same, but time passes, and we are disappointed in our choice. Therefore, the question itself sounds ridiculous. Perhaps you need to ask like this: how can I not make a mistake in choosing? Like everything around, the energy of love vibrates at a certain frequency. At a certain point, the vibrations of two people coincide and attract each other and connect into one funnel. And everything is wonderful until an indefinite time. Some have longer, some less. What is going on? We are in constant motion, we rotate in different circles, constant energy currents pass through us, and, over time, our energy component changes. Strong vibrations, what we attach more importance to, are amplified, and weak vibrations, something that is not very important, disappear. Since initially, we are all different, the changes in the energy composition occur in different ways. Therefore, the more people have in common, the longer they move in the same direction. In order to meet the right partner for you, you need, first of all, to possess the qualities that you prescribe in his characteristics. For example, you make a request for a caring man, and your loved ones complain about the lack of your care. You want to meet generous, but you save yourself. You want to be accepted as you are, but you yourself are not ready to accept another person as he is. And so on. We are faced with unsuccessful relationship experiences until we discover and accept those qualities in ourselves that we think are not acceptable to us. And, therefore, we mistakenly believe that we do not possess them. Look at your partner as your reflection, mirror effect. Or perhaps you're denying something too much. You do not like drinking, smoking, walking, and you, precisely, come across. In this case, you attach too much importance to these qualities of a person, attract the corresponding vibrations. Remember, you don't need to think and talk about what you don't want. It is always necessary to talk and think about what you want and imagine what you already have. When it goes to the sensual plane, it means that you have picked up the wave of the corresponding vibrations and soon the desired will come true. How to hear your inner voice and make the right decision? The simplest answer is, the inner voice is our intuition. It always tells us the right solution, but we give preference to reason. Reason is based on the rationality of experience. It filters all the pros and cons based on standard templates, good, bad, logical, not logical, right, wrong, and so on. These are teachings that help us here on Earth, more or less, peacefully coexist and interact with society. By choosing the option of rationality, we thereby live according to the scenario launched by the system and, of course, our behavior fits into its framework. Imagine what it would be like if you listened to your heart. Perhaps many would not like your act. You were not understood, condemned, criticized. Not pleasant, but no more. This is a temporary phenomenon. You made the right decision, you went beyond the limits of this world and the doors of new possibilities opened before you, with new characters who are just like you. You have moved to another reality, where you are not judged, not insulted. You are understood and accepted. You are satisfied and happy. In order to hear your inner voice, which quietly makes its way through the mental dialogues of rationality, you need to stop these voices in your head and listen to your heart. How to regain the desire to live? An incentive is needed. But, in a state of depression, it is not so easy to find an incentive, because nothing brings joy. Then, you need to set yourself such a task as to find the strength in yourself in order to find the stimulus of your life. What usually leads us to this state? Disappointment in life. Everything that has been done up to this point does not make sense now. You may have noticed that such a state visits you with a certain frequency. One cycle ends and another round begins. Energy moves in a spiral. This moment always creates inconvenience. We become the most sensitive. The best thing we can do during this period is to relax and wait it out. This is the best time to rethink your values of life. The past must be let go. The present prepares new pleasant surprises. You just need to wait, trusting and knowing that there are great opportunities ahead. We drive ourselves into the trap of the mind, making sure that there is nowhere to wait for help. Relentless self-belief and knowledge will help open the right door. Doubts and self-pity destroy hopes. There is no need to wait for help from anyone, she will come at the right time. There are no hopeless situations. Suffering and hiding from the world, nothing will change, and if the sun shines through the window, you will not notice it. Stop feeling sorry for yourself. Make a decision to move on. Dream about how you would like to live. Set a goal for each day and fulfill it. Wean yourself from excuses and excuses. Don't wait for help from someone, do it yourself. Yourself. Realize that your tragedy of unjustified expectations is just a temporary crisis, a nuisance, nothing more. Everything will pass. Everything will pass when you stop constantly waiting for something and from someone. Take responsibility for your life. Change the way you think, the way you perceive events will change. There is no need to lament. Why do I need all this? What did I do? Everyone, at one time, goes through a painful experience. You are no exception. Everyone copes differently. Some are better, some are worse. It is useless to suffer, blame, get angry. You need to move on. There is simply no other. It is up to you to choose whether to live in suffering or to accept and find peace and harmony. Knowledge is the key to all doors. In that chapter 1, Dare to Give Special Importance, I want to convey to the reader why, knowledge is important. Why humanity is so eager for new discoveries and knowledge. Why the phrase, there is power in knowledge, has become winged, and what is the hidden meaning in it? There is also such an expression, the less you know, the better you sleep. Really sleeping. And while you're sleeping, anything can happen to you. Everyone determines for himself what kind of knowledge he wants to acquire during his earthly life. But, if we want to get answers to deeper questions, we must gain knowledge about ourselves. Hologram man is an integral part of the universe, a piece of infinity, the energy of light. Consequently, the role of each is very important in the process of formation of vibrations of energy flows. The purity of the vibrations of the entire space depends on this. By increasing the frequency of vibrations of our field, we increase the frequency of vibrations of the space as a whole. It seems like this can be, but that's the way it is. Therefore, it is important to know the structure of the world. Knowing how things work allows us to coordinate our lives. Here are the answers to such questions. What are we doing here on Earth? What is the meaning of our existence? Why is the nature of the universe like this? With knowledge such as, everything is energy, information is virtual, thoughts are material, and taking into account the process of quantum mechanics, we can learn to consciously capture the vibrations we need and store them. Our lives make sense when we understand how things work. Since ancient times, to give meaning to life, people have come up with earthly reasons for existence such as planting a tree, building a house, giving birth to children. The children were seen as a continuation of their kind and were comforted by the fact that life was not lived in vain. If we accept this knowledge that information is virtual, we come to understand that our life is virtual. So, as all the information about the proposed variant of life is in the space of options, we can always feel ourselves only in one of them, or rather, in the state here and now. This does not mean that we are always on the same line of one of the possible options. We are constantly moving from one line to another at different points of the information and energy field. As a rule, we do not notice these movements, their speed is high, they cannot be measured, at least until such a device exists. But, to deny this is as ridiculous as to deny the presence of clean air. I have compared movement in space to air only because these two things, so to speak, are natural and integral elements for the physical manifestation of life, so to speak. The vibrations of the air in space interact with the energy flows, and from their vibrations pictures are created, including the hologram of the man. Every time we make decisions, we make leaps in possible variants of reality that are in space in the form of energy. By means of observing our thoughts, we can attract the vibrations we need to realize our plans and desires at the moment. Example. We make new acquaintances. For example, a 35-year-old young woman with a 6-year-old child. At the time of acquaintance, neither we nor she have information about our life stories. For the first 6 seconds, we scan each other's energy field information. And we receive signals of either approval or denial. If the vibrations do not resonate, we do not enjoy communication and do not strive for friendship. If we resonate, we move on to the process of exchanging the energy of information. Before meeting this woman, there was no energy of this woman in our field, but she existed in space. We don't see her life until we meet. We don't see the moments of her child's birth and maturation. It carries this information into our world as the energy of its field. With harmonious interaction, there is a beneficial exchange of energy and the exchange of knowledge of accumulated experience. That's what we need communication for. It is also possible to obtain the necessary knowledge by reading information from the information field of the universe, but, unfortunately, not everyone knows how to do this. The easiest way to learn how to get information from the original source is to keep track of your thoughts. The subtle vibrations of the energy of thought are fleeting. Information instantly passes through us. It is possible to catch the very one only if we know about the existence of such an opportunity. Real knowledge is what we have known ourselves, not what someone has imposed on us. Information is not knowledge, it needs to be processed in order to obtain real knowledge. If we had been given such knowledge as children that America was discovered not by Columbus, but by someone else, we would have accepted this knowledge. In another reality, perhaps America was discovered by Uncle Fyodor from Prostokvashino, but here and now, we have such knowledge that America was discovered by Columbus. And this is our reality. Thus, even knowing something is relevant at the very moment when we need it. In a math lesson, you need to solve an equation, not a chemistry problem. By acquiring knowledge, we find solutions and answers to the questions of life that concern us.